Yes, it's the two hoods of naval history for a Sunday on Bruships. Hello, everyone. Yes, we're here. We're both hooded. We thought you'd enjoy a jointly hooded beginning for everyone. Right. Hello. Hello, hood-to-hood communication. Some hood-to-hood communication chatting is going on. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing? Right. It's Christmas, of course. Or it's in the Christmas season of videos, so I am, of course, wearing my Christmas shirt. I am currently trying to organise things so that we get some very special stuff coming up this Christmas. You might have noticed I haven't put out the Christmas schedule yet. That's because I'm trying to organise a whole series of special Christmas things, and I have no quite idea if the dates are going to come up or not. No idea if the dates are going to come up or what. So, we'll see. We will see. Paul, before you ask, yes, I have eaten. Excellent. What did you eat, Paul? Because if you haven't eaten enough, if you've eaten so little that even Foxo starts to feel you're not eating enough, then we're in trouble. Questions are now open, which means we'll put questions live up. Yeah. And I will get that. Hello, I can hear the voice of Runon.
That's good.
Yeah.
I can hear the voice of Dragon.
And you will not hear the voice of Foxo.
No, I cannot hear the voice of Foxo. That worries me that worries me when I can't hear the voice of Foxo.
One where it's semi-intentional.
That's good. She's getting some food?
What did she do?
Probably not getting food, I don't think. She's probably still playing Skyrim, but basically just not entirely. She's the sort of days where you just don't feel like talking, but still try to be sociable.
Yeah, don't worry. Tell her not to worry about that.
Yeah,
don't worry. But
so if I end up translating her answers, that would be the reason.
That is fine. That is understandable. What was I going to say? Yeah, there's on the Christmas stuff coming up, and I'm going to talk about this while we're getting the pictures coming. One of the things I'm hoping to put together, and I've literally got emails going back and forwards of putting together dates, is a Christmas special for bilge pumps. To talk about all the frigate stuff with myself, Sal, Drac, and Jamie Seedle. So, two grumpy Brits, a grumpy Australian, and a very cheery American to talk about it.
Somebody needs to tell Sal that he came up at my dining room table.
He came up at the dining room table?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good if he came up at your dining room table.
And I wasn't the one that brought him up.
Oh, it was your mum, wasn't it?
No, it was my aunt.
Your aunt. That was in his chance. He has a certain je ne sais quoi with ladies of a certain age. And that's using his own phrasing on that subject.
I can already hear what Foxo's thinking.
He might be a bit young for you, Runon. That's the trouble. And what else we got coming up? I'm sending out messages right, left, and centre for the Christmas for the various chat to historians to organise some interesting, fun things and organise some fun stuff. And yeah, messaging off with people and trying to get stuff interesting going. Sure, to see what we can do. I am tempted to try the person for whom every time I try them, something bad happens in her life, and hoping that maybe this time it'll be different. But
Don't
There-
do that to her. Come on.
Look, I'd really like to do a chat with her for two historians. It just seems, I just don't know if I want to wish that on her life. It seems a bit cruel.
Bone meal boy, I'm not into guys. They don't have enough up top.
Yeah.
And Knight, you've gone back to loaded questions again. Because basically, on that one, it's not the shipbuilding that's the problem. It's not the shipbuilding industry that's the problem.
That's not so much a loaded question as that is a shotgun pointed at multiple people's heads, including mine. Alright, let's find the Discord. Okay. Let's cure at least to see what some of the questions are coming in. Yeah. Oh, Thursday's live this week should be interesting.
Doc, are you going to annoy some people again?
No, Thursday's
Well,
live
why
this
would
week
that
is your
be?
topic.
Huh?
What was
It's
your
the
topic
it's
then,
the
Bruno?
first Thursday in December. It's your topic.
Yes. Yeah.
I am very curious and slightly concerned. Let's see.
Back garden shed.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Do you realise
Concern-
the biggest problem here has been defining what is a back garden shed?
Well, considering a video came up the other day that me and Fox watched, which definitively proved or made it feel like why things keep getting invented in backyard sheds. Of basically someone going, well, what does happen if I run two V12 no, they're V12s or V8s, Fox? Either way, large car engines through a trombone. Why? Well, I've got the
They
spare
were
parts.
I-4s. I saw the video. They were I-4s.
Yeah. Pair of inline fours. Thank you, Fox. But for this, it's just what happens with people making stuff in the back shed. Someone gets bored. Usually an engineer or a mathematician. Does this work?
I've got currently. I'm just about to start the February suggestions. Going to open a February suggestions lead of February vote shortly, and probably try and do also the March while I'm at it, so I can try and get a bit of a jump start into next year, and try and sort of build up a bit of a research gap, because I find I can deliver a better quality video if I've got more time for research. And the building going on, it's sort of going to be better if I've got to sort of bank that up a bit more. But December's lives include Dr. C's Choice. Pick the Patreon suggestion from the last year that you would have most enjoyed doing that didn't get the votes. Seriously, Michael66, there are easier ways to torture me than that. I have been going through... I've had pros and cons lists about that. Okay? Pros and cons lists. A lot of them. A lot of them. Far too many of them. And then there's Making Bricks Without Straw, Growing the Canadian Navy in World War II, requested by Robert Locke, which I sort of already touched on before, but I feel like I can do again. And Nick G's premiere, What Are the Culinary Traditions of the Different Naval Powers? Do you realise how many navies' culinary traditions are variations on curry? Seriously. And so, what are the nations you think, and I'm going to leave this as a complete guess for you to work out, which you would think would be curry, actually isn't curry? It's really kind of weird.
Are you
But
telling me that the Indian Navy tradition of curry is not actually a thing which exists?
look, you can do the research yourself, but there are multiple navies which you think there are lots of navies where the tradition is curry. And various curries. In fact, the Japanese Navy goes so far as having a different ship's curries for every ship. And each ship will have its own flavouring, its own standard to curry. Which is a huge, huge thing. And you can actually buy the packs, you can buy the flavour packs, you can buy a ship's curry flavour pack in various stores and hotels as you're wandering around Japan, and you can therefore, try a ship's curry. And there are lots of other navies where the traditional food is a curry.
Fox is inquiring the difference between stews and curries are in.
It's the spice mix. And of course, the Royal Navy likes to claim it's now the curry, but it started off as being a stew and has turned into a curry. As they've added more spice that they've gone around the world. So yeah, that's
does this mean curry is a stew?
That you harvest from client nations.
Fox response was, so does this mean curry is a stew?
Well, actually, this
That's
is the
crap.
thing.
That's crap.
In the Royal Navy, in its tradition, it used to be.
I might actually now have to end up watching this one. Just normally food stuff doesn't intro, but this one actually sounds intriguing.
As the Royal Navy started out, the curry recipes were included in the stew section of the Naval Cookbook. And actually, it was called stews. Then it was called. They were divided into traditional and fiery stews. Then it was stews and then spicy stews as separate chapters, and then eventually the spicy stews were changed to curries. So, yeah, and yes, the JMSDF. The reason I'm calling it Japanese Navy is because the Imperial Japanese Navy had this tradition, and the JMSDF has carried it on. And they even do carry on the traditions associated with certain names of the traditional curries. So they have the curries on file from the old ships. So when a new ship inherits that name, they get the traditional curry from the old ship. And that becomes their new curry.
Is this their way to curry favor with the machine spirits?
When you really need Fox, though, to whack someone over the head, she's not speaking because of
trust
reasons.
me. Well, I just right. So before that, I've got. Then blood is a soup and all curries are stews. Got it. And in response to Runon, boo.
You know I'm right.
But yeah.
Bend Reagan.
And this is going to be a lot. This is going to be a lot of fun. And don't get me started on the Russian Navy. Because they seem to change what is their traditional food quite a lot. The French Navy, they went for a period where they had a ship's cheese. It doesn't last long, but they go for a period where each ship likes to have its own type of cheese.
That does sound uniquely French.
I'm
almost sad that didn't continue.
It didn't continue. It's changed.
The sounds very cheesy.
Austrian Husker Navy had each ship had they used to have pastry competitions, and they'd have their own pastries associated with the ship. Now it seems really interesting as to whether the crew ever got the pastries or the pastries were just served to the officers. Because it seems on some ships the pastries were served to the crew as well, and the officers made sure they got them. But it doesn't seem to necessarily be a general thing. No, it's just this is a really interesting thing which I've been researching as I've been going around. I spent a lot of the time while I was in Japan with a book called Cuisine of the Navies, which I have no idea if it's still in print. I know I picked up a copy in a very old second-hand store when I was wandering around before I went to Japan in Devon, and I found it and went, "Oh, this looks interesting." And it was a case of, this book was published in 1930. Okay. it's going to be up to date. But surprisingly, it has got a lot of stuff on it which is still relevant. I will search and see if there's a modern version of it.
Listen, Michael Cooch, you don't punish people with English cheese. You punish them with American cheese. And that's not cheese made in America. That's American cheese. The dairy-based food product that is called cheese and melts unlike any other cheese ever to exist.
Now, if you want to have fun, you can actually find on the, and this is something I have found wandering around for Amazon, you can actually find something called the Pusser's Cookbook. Okay? Which is traditional Royal Navy recipes. I kid you not, one of the recipes we would pronounce on this channel as ship on a raft.
Doc, what do you think the odds of two ships drawing crews predominantly from Texas not having a barbecue cook-off against each other if they were in the same higher organization are?
Here's the interesting, really weird thing. The US Navy actually doesn't consider barbecue one of their traditional cuisines, but the Australian Navy does. So by that logic, therefore, Australia is more committed to barbecue than the US Navy. I kid you not. For the Australians, barbecue is a core part of their traditional cuisine on board ships. For the US Navy, it's considered an occasional treat and not a core tradition.
Stafford has just admitted that poutine is a war crime.
We all know poutine is a war crime. No, I really found that out because I thought when I was going into it, I thought for the Americans, surely barbecue was going to come in as one of the core dishes, as one of those things they're going to be doing, and no, it's not. It's not considered a tradition of the U.S. Navy. Steak
I think the reason why it's not considered a tradition is that according to the Carolina boys, Texans don't know how to make barbecue. According to the Texan boys, the Tennesseans don't know how to make barbecue.
Well, see, the thing is, if the Japanese consider curry part of the Japanese consider curry a part of the tradition and have a different curry for every single ship, why can't the U.S. Navy have a different barbecue rub for every single ship?
That's
because we're an individualistic, elitist society.
Considering Fox's suggestion was put the PLAN on the Barbie.
Oh. Now, the thing is, there are a couple of navies for which their traditions are desserts. And, some of those desserts, including one of the Italians, is tiramisu. And according to one of the traditional recipes of their tiramisu, it should be made with 5 shots of espresso per portion. So I think that tiramisu would legitimately have enough caffeine in it to kill a small elephant.
or to make a small foxo run really, really fast for about 90 seconds.
It's a lot of caffeine. Oh. You decided to jump up and say hello to everyone. So, with that being said, yeah, so that's some of the stuff we're doing over the Christmas period. Lots and lots of videos. I've planned to use this Christmas to do a lot of follow-ups to videos from previous years, which, you know, have always needed a second part, kind of like the one which came out Saturday. That's my ongoing thing. Seneca, are they trying to meet God? No, believe it or not, that was for the breakfast tiramisu.
They're trying to outrun him.
That was the breakfast tiramisu. I'm just going, oh my lord. Yeah. I found that little nugget on a very interesting website. A very interesting website. which is kind of obsessed with food and that's someone else who I'd love to get on Two Historians because they seem to absolutely be obsessed with food than the Navies do, and if I can get them on, I would be very happy, but I'm not sure if they will want to. Because not everyone wants to come on a live and chat away.
Okay, Dragon, I never want to hear you complain about my working schedule again. When Foxo just sent me a DM that I could parse as she's working 12 44-hour shifts.
That doesn't make any sense to me at the moment, from what I'm currently aware, but...
I know it doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm saying I could choose.
Is she
to
working
parse it
12
that way.
4-to-4 shifts?
I don't think she's... Unless I checked, she wasn't currently working, but...
I don't know. It's just a message I got from her, and I'm making fun of it.
But then again, your work schedule is awful, so...
Or are you reading it upside down and therefore you're really not, doing... Tomás has said espresso shots don't actually have that much caffeine in them.
Do you think the Italians would actually make an espresso shot that wasn't crammed to the fecking gunnels with caffeine?
Tomás, don't take this the wrong way. This is me going by Italian Navy coffee, and let me put it this way. I once had their coffee ice cream aboard the Amerigo the what's it called? The Amigo Vespucci? No, isn't it? Amigo Vespucci. I think the training ship, and so it was a lovely thing, but it was the most caffeine I think I'd had in a week, and I mean it was more than caffeine that was in 4 bottles of Iron Brew. No. Character 1151, all orange ships need Tunnock tea cakes and Iron Brew just for the engineering teams to function. You can say that again. In nicest way, when I walk into most Royal Navy engineering suites and see the sheer quantity of Iron Brew there, I do say, I have arrived, I am with my people. They are regularly shocked I am not one of them. Literally, I have earned cred with Royal Navy engineers by the sheer amount of Iron Brew I can knock back. They are my people. And don't get me started on the don't get me started on the aero engineers, because frankly, they just look at me and go, "Goodness gracious, you really could take being hooked up to this stuff by some sort of, some sort of direct line. Yep, and survive." All right, then. Let's go. Let's see what questions we got. This is today. Yeah. Carrot 151. With how when Cornwall is hit by a storm, it is usually bad. Have you any plans for some sort of backup power? Eventually, our plan is to have solar panels and batteries, and maybe if I can stretch the budget, a micro turbine or two. I would like a micro turbine, but I know it's going to require me to stretch the budget. Because the budget is tight. Although,
have you considered putting the corgi on a treadmill and holding a stake just out of reach?
You're talking about Hulk. The only thing that they have so far holds it is actual steel gates, and you think I could hold the stake far enough out of reach he wouldn't get to it?
I'm just saying you could probably do so for long enough to power up your entire county.
Possibly. But yeah, they're both good boys. They try their best to get to the stake. They really would. Right then.
All right. Shall we get stuck in?
Yeah, please do. But it's basically the interesting thing is if I can get the micro turbine, that'll be an interesting thing to mount on the roof. I think it'll be quite a fun thing to have up there, especially in Cornwall. I think if we have both if we have a micro turbine, if I manage to get the certificate, because the micro turbine itself isn't the expensive part, it's getting all the certificates and all the things to having it installed on your roof that actually adds up. That will be interesting. Don't you think, Fluff? And then, of course, we then have power, power generation even when it's, even when it's dark, as long as it's windy, we get power generated. We can fill up top up the batteries.
Rune von Bismarck.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't Stalin ask for participation in the occupation of Japan at the Yalta Conference? Did he simply assume he'd be denied?
At that point, the Soviets weren't part of the war on Japan. In fact, they were being cagey as to whether they were going to join it at all. And pretty much, this is one of the things that, does go through some of the Japanese minds. At that point, there's no chance of Soviet... when they do surrender, there's no chance of Soviet occupation. Because there's no way for the Soviets to get enough force there to occupy anything. But if the war goes on longer and the Soviets end up having land forces in Japan, then there is going to be a Soviet division of Japan. And the Japanese didn't like the idea of being divided up 4 ways. Which is, of course, what happened to Germany.
What's wrong with having a North Japan and a South Japan? Surely that won't go wrong at all.
No, I think it was more likely that the Soviets would get Hokkaido. And the thing is, the Japanese were not happy about the idea of losing whole islands.
It'll be fine. Nothing ever went wrong with the Soviet maintained areas of land from after World War II.
Night 6 everyone. How concerned should we be that the British are... No, the British... before we even get into this question. Nice way, the British frigate building program is about a decade behind schedule. Yes, we are finally turning up something. Yes, we're finally doing something. Woohoo! Finally! We're a decade behind schedule. It's kind of a case of, yes, we're working now. Yes, we look good in comparison because we're actually producing something. That doesn't mean we are actually good. And considering the way the government's currently going on about things now, I'm worried how competent it's going to prove. Because up until the budget, all I was hearing was there was a big black hole in the British budget. And then after the budget, all I've been hearing was, well, actually, there wasn't a black hole. The government were just lying so they could raise more taxes. And I'm sitting there going, either way, this isn't particularly good for long-term efficacy of programs. If the government's doing this. I know.
Yeah, it's got a lot of people unhappy at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be annoyed about the shipbuilding questions that I know are in the tube.
Bone Boy, when do you recommend someone already at college doing politics, modern history, and maths to increase their chance of getting in to do war studies at King's? What do you recommend? Go along to an open day, chat with the academics. Literally. King's is one of those great great departments, and war studies especially this, where if you actually go and chat to the academics and say you're interested and impress them, it's amazing how much easier life can get. Because King's does believe in, if you're interested enough to find us, and you're interested enough in this topic, we will advise you on how best to do this. We can't guarantee things, but we can make things more sensible. And
we can point you in the right direction.
Look for the person there who's got professor on them, and go and chat to them. Because if you're interesting, and so the professor likes chatting with you, and the professor therefore has an excuse not to chat with 90% of the people who arrive that day, who are probably just going to be asking him directions of where to get to the medical department because they've gone down the wrong section of the King's Stretch. They are going to love you. They're going to love you if they have an excuse not to answer all those questions all day. And they are probably going to be so helpful.
What if the professor just looks at you and be like, you know what? You're utterly useless, like a rubber duck. But also, like a rubber duck, I can debug things with you.
Uh-huh.
How do you debug things with a rubber duck and doesn't that hurt? Anyway, leaving that to one side.
You talk to the rubber duck, and eventually the rubber duck stares at you blankly for long enough that you actually figure out what the problem is.
Okay. I talk to a dog. That usually is a better option for me. Just a tad better option. You know, they're slightly nicer to talk to. Just a tad better. We'll do that. All right. So, Michael Gooch, what would a Venator-class Star Destroyer have looked like if the designers had been inspired by the burn?
I think in response to the previous question, I've just got a message from Fox. So that's why you talk to me. Michael Cooch did ask the latest one, Fox. If the Venator was built along the same line as the Bairn. Well,
Pain, misery,
well,
suffering.
at least we've got one advantage. Yeah, there isn't such a thing as basically being able to have both turbines and triple expansion. That's not really a thing.
Are you
There's not an
sure
equivalent for that
there's
for
not a?
Starship.
You sure there's not an equivalently crappy, equivalently different engine systems?
You could have chemical
Not-
thrusters and ion thrusters.
Star Wars doesn't use chemical thrusters.
That's what you think.
Not outside of RCS. And
Cool.
as far as I'm aware, no, they don't, because they physically don't generate enough power. Also, they don't even use ion engines.
Are you sure about that?
On the TIE fighters, they use ion engines. For larger, it's not just ion. It can vary a lot. I don't think they're all ion, at least, unless I'm remembering. Could be I'm also, but because the Venator's actually got a very specific particular type.
Yeah.
But also, actually, this might mean it's better armed. You're probably sacrificing some of the flight deck for more gun.
Yes, but think about it, it's going to end up with having, instead of having one great big hatch that everything can go in and out of, it's going to have about 3 different hatches.
Venator already has technically 4. You've got the front ventral hangar, lower dorsal hangar, and then you've got a big conjoined hangar at the back with 2 doors on either side.
A waste hangar, yeah. And then on the ones that were under General Skywalker's command, they put a self-propelled heavy laser artillery cannon in the ventral turret. In the ventral hangar.
Yeah, which is not a standardized thing, but people seem to think it is, but yeah.
Poor Amos, stop
When
being cruel about the poor elderly lady.
When was the last time that somebody with the last name of Skywalker did anything in a standardized fashion?
Luke.
Are
Luke
you
did
sure
so
about
multiple times.
Luke is so vanilla, frankly, and nicest way with everything he does and every standardized thing he does. I'm surprised he actually ever manages to walk in anything other than a straight line. Stafford, thoughts on the plan Type 76? I'm going to be interested to see where it goes from here. Ow! Oh, God. You keep jumping up in my lap and then getting down. I'm going to be interested to see where it goes from here, because it's an idea, and it's how they're making their drones work with their LHD, and it looks like a bit like the Queen Elizabeth and the Trieste in some of its design principles. I'm going to see what comes from it. I'm going to see how big a class comes from it, especially because if they just produce one and the rest are still Type 75s and they move on to something else, then that suggests it was an experimental model and they're not happy with it. If they start producing a whole class of them, then okay, maybe this is a good idea. And also, I would suggest it's about them, to an extent the Chinese are realizing that you can do that whilst mass can make up for a lot of things. Distance to travel time distance is still going to be a dictator of operations. It is still going to be a massive dictator of operations. Time goes work. How would Moff Clarke rearrange the hangar space and contingent on his flagship in flagship ISD?
2 years after the battle.
After the Battle of the Yavin too. So I can. In the nicest way, I'm going to take my ISD in and I'm going to do a massive rebuild. A massive rebuild. Because, as I said before, my view is I would like centerline turrets that can fire both sides. So I can cut the probably cut the turret numbers in total, but actually have more to cover each side, should I need to fire sideways, or more for covering forwards. And do all sorts of other fun reorganisations. But most importantly, the bridge. The bridge is not going to be an exposed stalk sitting on the outside. I have no idea why Star Wars chooses that as their aesthetic in almost every single ship design. But there is absolutely no good reason why at their level of technology, the bridge should be in anywhere other than the centre of the hull.
I feel I should mention that's only one of the primary bridges. There's usually 2, if not 3. And we know that most ISDs actually did have a second command center buried deep in the main hull.
Yes, but here's my problem with that. Where are the flag commanders always sitting?
Well, I guess as a counterpoint, where were the flag commanders normally in the Royal Navy? Were they in the conning tower, or...
Once you have a CIC, they're in the CIC. When you when you're in a period of World War One, World War Two, where frankly your eyesight is still one of your best sensors, and you don't have reliable other information, etc., you stick yourself in a position where you are balancing being exposed with having with also with some safety.
Oh, I agree, but unfortunately that's not how Star Wars operates.
Star Wars is still operating as if they are World War One level of technology, and they're not. In their
Also,
exposure to their people.
Centerline turrets on ISD actually, I think, would decrease its overall firepower.
Yeah.
I don't think going centerline actually gives you an appreciable improvement. There's a reason why on a number of the successes they have a set of heavy centerline turrets as well, but they also still have the side cannons. Because also in Star Wars Combat, having an all centerline arrangement is actually problematic due to being swarmed from multiple directions usually.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, also, due to the 3D nature of Star Wars, fully centerline is not perfect unless you can do a really good spin.
I'll try spinning. That's a good trick.
Oh no. Yes, you can. I get Foxy,
Yeah.
you can roll, but
Sorry. Spinning for an ISD would be incredibly dangerous
yes,
because
yes,
she
it
would distribute damage across several areas of the shield.
Yes. I think I would prefer to go for... I would prefer to have turrets mounted below as well.
that would be good.
And so this is what I mean. They'd be centerline, but they'd be centerline top and bottom.
We do know that Star Wars ships do actually have guns on the bottom. It's just never seen. Because that costs money, apparently.
Raleigh
Most
is
people do
being
use
very, very... how do I put this? Raleigh is being very affectionate today, and I am not sure quite why. But he's suddenly deciding to be incredibly affectionate.
You
Walter
have to remember
Broda-
to feed him.
Yes. Well, Walter
Yes, we
Brodos,
would.
remember that, yes, they are running around with lightsabers, but at least, thank the Force, they're not running around with scissors.
Look, in the nicest way, again, and I will point this out many, many times. If you gave me a choice between a lightsaber and a decent assault rifle, I'd pick the assault rifle every time. Anyway,
Now it depends. Do I have the powers of the Force? If so, I'll take that lightsaber every single time.
even if I have the powers of the Force, I'm taking the assault rifle. Imagine what damage I can do with a projectile weapon and the power of the Force.
Less than you might want.
Enough.
I wonder,
Also,
I wonder-
I wouldn't take an assault rifle at that point. I would take like a fully auto blaster carbine.
Okay. Actually, I have to say, I always liked the Babel Stave from the Andromeda Ascendant series. Because that was a really cool weapon, and I could actually imagine myself using that.
My problem with those battle saves is they are really cool and really good, but I don't think they're a very good ranged weapon. Like, I know they definitely have ranged weapon capability, but it's basically a lightsaber style hilt that you just aim and point. There's no real proper aiming mechanism, as I recall.
I think you could. I think you could extend the stave halfway and sort of make it into a sort of shoulder-fired weapon, if I remember correctly.
Foxo's saying, make sure to take care of Riley and keep an eye on them, just in case.
Oh yeah, he's being fluffy. He's being very fluffy. Thoughts on the announced cancellation of further Constellation class builds? I'm not really surprised what's been going on, because one of the troubles is a lot of people have been talking about the frigate program as if it's a convoy escort program, and that wasn't what the US Navy is really looking for. And that's the problem. The US Navy is looking for a task force ship, something which will deal with which will help their carrier battle groups going into action and help them have the numbers and the force strengths to do that. They're not really looking for a convoy ship, because think about the wars they could end up fighting. If you're fighting China, if you're American, this is a theoretical scenario you have to consider, because in the nicest way, peer-on-peer conflict, the biggest naval peer next to America is going to be China, so that's what you have to think about. If you don't think about that, you're being stupid. Are they doing a convoy war in that scenario? Think about where the Chinese Navy is based. Are they doing a convoy war? They're not. They're moving forward to the outer island chain and trying to block up the Chinese within the island chain. They're going to be doing limited convoying to things like South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan and their allies, but honestly, most of their convoy routing is going to be keeping away and keeping the fleets moving on in sort of the Atlantic and far away from the Pacific. And if the Chinese do send ships out to attack ships in the Atlantic, then they're probably going to have to run into other navies' escorts, because that's probably how they'll be helping out. So it's like, if there's anyone running the convoys in the Pacific and the Atlantic in that kind of scenario, it's probably going to be the Canadians and possibly the Germans and the French. It's going to be whoever's not deploying major forces to the Pacific. It's probably going to be helping out their allies by, we're being neutral in this conflict, but by that we mean we're going to be escorting convoys. You know, kind of like neutrality patrols in World War II. And the question of does it last that long is always worthwhile thinking about, Walter Brodus, but also planning for a short war is a good way of planning to fail. That's the point I would always make. You know, when people say, oh, we're planning for the wars to be over in 45 minutes, that's great, but that means you're planning to fail.
But planning for a short war is a great way to ensure a short war.
Yeah.
In which you lose.
We have to look at the recent issues we've all been having. In a nice way, since the end of the Cold War, and even during parts of the Cold War, they were planning for a very short war, which they thought would go nuclear shortly, in a very quick order, and so they didn't build up any reserves and anything like that. And so, because you don't need them, because you're never going to be able to activate them. And that's one of the reasons why we're in the scenario we are in Ukraine and Russia and all the other situations going on. So you have to sort of think things through a bit more than that. And the thing is, if you're planning for a short war, you're basically planning on it probably going nuclear very quickly. And to my mind, that's unlikely. Because, again, both sides have these weapons. It's kind of like both sides had biological and chemical weapons in World War II. They didn't use them. Britain and Germany both had them. They didn't use them. Why? Because they didn't want the other to use them back on them. Because they knew the damage it would cause. So, I have a feeling with nukes, I don't think it will happen. Unless you're getting into a point of you are going to be invading with the intention of imposing external regime change on either power in that scenario. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you see nukes flying over Taiwan. I don't think you see nukes flying over Japan. Or that sort of scenario. I think they fight each other. I think it's conventional. There are things where they are prepared to nuke each other over, but I don't think literally it's going to be, oh, we've lost a naval battle. So, yeah, I don't think... To my mind, the trouble is, therefore, is what is going to replace it. And... I think part of the problem is that the US Navy has kind of found itself into a Bureau of Ships, Bureau of Ordnance scenario where they've got a team running procurement who know everything about procurement but not what they really want. And the trouble is the people overseeing them can't assess what they want because they've got too many rules about what they want it to be. And this is the problem. I just think... Because several people putting forward and going, well, you know, the easy option for the Americans is they can buy the Canadian Type 26, the CSC. And you could do. But it's buying an awful lot of capability for your frigate, which you theoretically didn't want. The reason the Constellation became what it did was because, in some ways, they were looking for a Burkeized Frem. And that caused them issues. That caused them a lot of issues. So we're going to have to see what comes, but... Realistically, when I'm looking at the Constellation class, I'm looking at the Frems, I'm not seeing enough similarity to justify them being considered a subclass of the other. The Frem and the Burks are far too dissimilar. Far, far too dissimilar. With the Constellation class dead, who does the blame lie with? American politics, realistically.
Find the people who set and kept changing the requirements. There you go.
Yeah, that is the answer. It's basically the fact that, in a nice way, you can't procure on a moving goalpost. And the thing is, to an extent, you have to go, okay. So I think I would have been more happy with the Constellation decision if they'd gone, right then, we are going to build 12 of these ships, and while we're building 12, we're going to work out what we really want.
But that would be too smart, as we saw with Seawolf, as we saw with Zumwalt.
And Regan Bender, that's a great idea. Let's go for an uncrewed or new design. That'll be about 20 years coming through the pipeline. This is the trouble.
And we can't keep building Burks because the Burke design is tapped out.
Yeah.
There is no more room left in the Burke DNA.
No. But getting back to the point I was trying to make is that basically, if you start off with going, we want a blank sheet design or we want an uncrewed design, you're going to be starting off from scratch. That's great. You then got to invent all the technologies to make it work together. Yes, you've got a lot of theoretical testing going on. Yes, you've got a lot of systems being looked at and designed for, but all those systems, when you look at them, are for single role or minimal profile assets, not for something we're talking about of about 4,000-ton ship. And the thing is, one of the key roles they're looking at for these frigates in peacetime is being able to do the presence mission. And to take that burden off the Burks, so the Burks don't have to do everything, and also put in a layer below the Burks, so that can do the presence and deterrence mission. And you can't do presence with an uncrewed asset, because, believe it or not, an uncrewed asset hasn't yet developed to the system of being able to go there and shake someone's hand and go, hello. And this is the problem. They are probably just going to keep building Burks, though. But that's also a problem. Because the Burke production line, they have to... If they're going to keep building Burks and they want to actually have enough Burks, they're going to have to step on another shipyard. Good Burke production.
And also, if anybody is going to look at this administration and say that they are going to propose, let alone sign a deal to buy foreign ships from foreign yards for the U.S. Navy, I have a bridge to sell you.
They honestly might be forced to.
They might be forced to, but they're going to do everything in their power to make sure it's not their decision.
Mm.
Or maybe somebody will finally allow two brain cells to like together to form a neuron and flip-flop on Constellation and do as you were saying, build a couple of squadrons of them and then figure out what exactly they want. But frankly, I can see this administration flip-flopping like that. Don't know if Congress will, but I can see the administration doing that.
Senator, what's the first funny court-martial decision that comes to mind? If I remember correctly, there was a court-martial decision in Norway whereby it made sure that there was a ruling that ended up with that the handler always had to be lower ranked than the mascot, which they were escorting. So that if the mascot does something problematic, then the handler can't be held responsible. Because the handler's not their commanding officer.
Team U, that is an icebreaker, and it's going to the Coast Guard. And again, Knight, just because there's no choice does not mean that the powers that be will make that choice. We are dealing with politics, not sensible reality.
Kingdom of Vinland, the Zumwalt isn't bad. The trouble about the Zumwalt is nothing to do with the Zumwalt class and everything to do with all the Christmas tree projects which were added onto it, including gun systems, which failed. And so they decided to fail the class because it was considered less of a political risk to claim the class wasn't bad than the Christmas tree projects which they were hanging on it were failed, and they made stupid decisions on how they were going to arm it. The ship itself is good. The hull is great. The power system is spectacular. It has lots of future-proofing in it. They could have converted all the follow-on Zumwalts to flight-free Burke standard with their air defense missiles and Mark 41 VLS added in instead of some of the advanced gun systems and a regular gun instead of one of the gun systems, and they would have been fine. And they'd have had a good destroyer in service. But they didn't do it. Because that would have been admitting that someone had literally mucked up. It's kind of the opposite of the LCS. The LCS, everything's bad. The hull, the weapon systems, the comm systems, everything's bad. The Zumwalts, the hull, the power supply, all the systems for crew support were great. The weapons which were fitted worked fine. But the trouble is, the Christmas tree list of weapon systems which were supposed to be fitted didn't, because they were looking for a list of, these are weapons which could work in the next 20 or so years.
And, the USN desperately needs I'm a full-scale combatant, but smaller than the Burke warship hull. Yeah. But obviously not so desperately that they are going to accept Constellation, or at least more than two constellations, which is stupid.
I had this conversation with someone the other day, which was basically going, well, when we think of bargain and basement ships, in the British mindset, we're thinking of Flask-class corvettes. When the US Navy's talking about, they're talking about Fletcher-class destroyers. There's a difference.
Or better.
Quinkareem for diplomatic missions, that'll be fun. Carrot 151. When electric... It would be something to do with all the people who train to be Olympic rowers and never make it. If we had a Quinkamarine. We could give them employment. Think about all the road and experience and training they have. And then there's all the people... And for Britain, it'd be great. They have lots of rowers. Carrot 151. When electric power became common on ships... Were portable backups brought on board at the same point, or was this a thing that was learned to be done over time? It takes a while for portable backups to be of a size at which they are truly portable and able to be brought aboard ship. But they included backups on ships. They just weren't necessarily portable.
They were as portable as the hull that they were bolted / welded / riveted into was.
Mm-hmm. King of Vinland, did this almost have enough power for a railgun? Yes, but
Yes.
the railgun was never the trouble with the railgun was that the U.S. Navy were again charged with developing a superstar railgun which could do everything. If we consider the current Japanese railgun project, which is going along quite well, they're developing something which is basically a railgun equivalent of the Otto Malera 76. And you sit there and go, ooh. Yeah. Not an 8-inch gun, a 76.
Are they going to try and put that gun on everything now?
Pretty much, if they get it working, which it looks like they're going to be doing, it's passing tests, and there was even some interesting discussions while we were out there about that weapon. If they do, it's going to go on everything.
And then Automalero will just be over there with their 76 mil, like, but we thought we had something special.
Wasn't ammunition going to be astronomical for the railgun? Again, it depends what you
No.
want. If you want astronomical, if you want smart ammunition, which has its own guidance systems, everything, computers in it, which are going to need to be shielded from the electromagnetic forces in the railgun to actually guide it when it gets out and all sorts of things, then yes, that's very expensive. If you are prepared to fire dumb ammunition, which can literally be a solid rod from God style ammunition, it's very cheap. Hi, Killerman.
Yeah, and the
the
ammunition...
This is simply cover for their Gundam project. Oh, potentially.
Because I remember this news when it actually came out. The ammunition you're thinking of is the advanced long-range rocket-assisted projectile.
Yep.
I think is what they called it. That was coming out to $800,000 a shell for the Zumwalt. That's because the program was scaled off of a class of 20-something ships, 30-something ships.
Yeah.
And then the U.S. Navy cut it down to 3, which meant all the R&D costs for those shells, which I think initially were like in the 40,000 mark a shell, which is still expensive.
Oh no, they would have. The first batch was going to be 40,000, and the second batches were going to go down to 5,000, and then 2,000 and 1,000 a shell.
Yeah, but because they instead of splitting the shell by over, X shells times 20 hulls, they split it over X shells times 3 hulls.
I think Exxon was going to be 30 hulls, and they were going to be buying their first batch of shells they were going to buy was going to be 800 rounds per gun. Each ship was going to have 2 guns, so that's 60 times 800. And you think about that, okay, that's a lot. But then they're going to buy subsequent batches they're going to buy 3 or 4 more batches, a lot of shells. So then I go, okay, that starts to work out as being more sensible as it's dropping down. And that's the thing with these systems. The first batch always includes the development costs. The next batches are just production line costs, and the third batch is just the production cost.
And while I know it's not quite an equivalent because they're not exactly the same thing, but then again, what you said, like 80,000 per shell. Sorry, was that Runon or?
No, they were so for the Zumwalts that we purchased, that we actually accepted delivery of from Bath Ironworks. When we decided to drop the railguns and go with this advanced rocket-assisted projectile gun system, the AGS system, the shells were like something like $880,000 a shell.
My question then is, how much is it per missile instead?
I think at that point they're starting to get comparable in cost.
I thought missiles were normally multi-million per shot, but
yeah, it's going to depend upon exactly which missile you're shoving in a VLS tube.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also the public perception of, I am buying a bullet. A bullet should be substantially cheaper than a rocket.
Yeah.
Killerben, can't the guns fire the Army's guided 155s? No, they can't. Literally, it's because it's the shell length they're chambered for. Naval gun is chambered for a far longer shell than an Army gun, and usually has a larger caliber barrel as well. So usually, let's put it this way, it'll be the naval gun will be a 60-70, and the army gun won't be as long as that in terms of its length. So
It's okay. Army size isn't everything.
yeah. The thing is, as I point out, the army size is moved about by a vehicle which is measured in tens of tons, and they think that's big. The Navy one is moved around by ships which weigh into tens of thousands of tons, and the Navies think they're small. So that's your difference here. That's literally your difference. I've had discussions where, frankly, people pointed out that the gun unit on most ships, the main gun, if it's a 4.5-inch or 5-inch gun, etc., with all its appropriate ammunition, etc., and all the other things on it, actually weighs more and displaces more than your average main battle tank.
Oh.
I'm surprised they're able to get it in spitting distance of a 70-ton main battle tank.
And the thing is, you always have to remember, they are an auto-loader system, and they are all sorts of things in there.
I figured you'd be going in the triple-digit tonnage for a 4-inch or 5-inch deck gun.
And how much the guided Otto Volcano 5-inch costs? Since at least 2 dozen ships using it. That is considerably cheaper.
Yes. Shockingly, economies of scale also apply to war material.
And I've been making a very solid case and a very loud case that, frankly, we should be fitting that on our Type 26s, not the American 5-inch. But I think I'm going to lose that one. Because I want the Volcano 5-inch shells. I want them. But what if the US constructs 2 Scout light cruisers each year from 1900 to 1920, basically filling the St. Louis Chester Gap and the Chester Mammoth Gap? How does it affect the US cruiser development? It means they actually have cruisers. That's going to be the change. They actually have cruisers. It's also going to mean that, in the nicest way, World of Warships is suddenly going to have a plethora of light cruiser designs for the US Navy to use. And Killer Bin will suddenly be a lot happier with so many options, rather than having to scrape around in the back of various design cupboards to try and find something which they might have been going to build.
Wait a minute. Whoa,
this
I'm
actually
sorry
really concerns me because
are you saying that the World of Warships ship design team actually constrains themselves to the bounds of observable reality?
yes, 9 times out of 10.
They do. They do. They are very good.
'Cause
They try and find design. I know, because I can say this for him. I have heard Killer Bin and discussed with various parts of their team. Occasionally, they're going off and searching for this stuff. In fact, I think I'm under orders next time I visit Newcastle to look up something for them while I'm there.
Sorry, Killer Bin. I had to.
Yeah.
The joke is too easy.
if I remember, because this is something that me and some friends were looking into, the US actually has an absolute ton of light cruiser and, more concerningly, scout cruiser design concepts of this period. Just none of them were touched, basically. But I'm worried if they do the scout cruisers, from some of the ones I've seen, I would not want to serve on them. Because what are they like?
You would have a very
2
active...
single 8-inch guns with an almost waterline freeboard designed for over 30 knots. It's like, nope, no thank you.
On some of their Scout Cruiser designs, you would have very active motions.
Yeah.
Very active motions. You would be
What could possibly go wrong?
You know the whole incident the Japanese had with their fleet and being too lightly built, Runon?
Nah, that's a Japanese problem. Surely the strong American steel will not suffer the same fate. They don't know how to design ships. Only we know how to design ships.
It's not the strong American steel I'm concerned about. It's the rather angry waves that like to disprove human hubris, something that the English learned very well with the North Sea.
Nah, it'll be great. Don't worry about it.
The North Sea was always such a impassioned teacher. Knight 6831. How unfair is it to say that the Constellation class now? No, US. It's not. It's not. The nicest way. There have been so many weird projects going on.
Was that the shipbuilding one?
Yeah, it's not a laughing stock.
Okay. As I
It's not.
kind of pointed at earlier, the problem with Constellation is not the shipyards. It's not Bath Iron Works. It's not General Dynamics. It's not Huntington Ingalls. It's Washington chopping and changing their requirements more often than I change underwear. The problem isn't the shipbuilders. The shipyards are happy to build whatever you want to pay them to build.
The problem with that scenario is you could change your underwear 4 or 5 times a day and you'd still be correct.
Yes.
Let's put it this way. I have literally gone into a meeting, an online meeting, where I was discussing this with various people. And then I've gone into another meeting, and then another meeting, in 3 meetings, with different companies who are talking about the various points in the frigate program. And the very points they were talking about what they could offer. And each one had heard a different interpretation of the requirements of the frigate program. And this is a few years ago. And each one was asking me the same thing as a consultant. How best to interpret those requirements into actual operational capabilities? What do they think? What did I take from what they were looking for? And basically, every single one was asking for a completely different ship. And for one, you'd have thought it was an air warfare frigate. For another, you'd have thought it was a pure ASW frigate. For the final option, you'd have thought it was a general purpose, do everything a little bit frigate.
And again, that's not the shipyard's fault. That is whoever is setting the requirements, whether that's Congress, the Pentagon, or the White House. And this goes back for the entire duration of the Constellation program.
Robert Donovan, what better disposition of cruisers could have Turner made in order to have at worst a draw and at best a victory at the Battle of South Island? Ooh. Well, I've done a video on the Battle of Southern Ireland, haven't I?
You've done a couple, I want to say.
Yeah.
Going over the different aspects and so on and so forth. It's definitely been touched on multiple times.
And I'm pretty sure you've also
Teach
done
them
collaborations with
leaders.
Wargaming on that one.
I think I've done, yes.
The Dragonator.
Then, so, here is the thing. What better could they have done with their cruisers for the Battle of South Island? Let's put it this way. This is a battle where, frankly, the Americans turn up with 6 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers. The Japanese turn up with 5 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and a destroyer. And the Japanese get away with 2 of their two of their heavy cruisers and 1 light cruiser damaged. The Americans lose 4 heavy cruisers sunk. They have a heavy cruiser damaged. They need to have 2 destroyers damaged. And how could they have done better? Honestly, it's kind of positioned in such a way that it's actually quite difficult for them to actually fight it. You've got the Northern and you've got the Southern Force. And in many respects, the force is being positioned so that it can't... how do I put it slightly? The Eastern Force can't really support the Northern and Southern Force. And it also, in turn, can't be supported by them because the transport groups are between it and them. And you can't fire through a transport group. You can try to, but you don't want. You might start damaging things. So you're going to have to be very, very careful. So that's basically taken a third of your ships out of the operation already. But you need something over there. Your Northern and Southern Force being positioned in the way they are in, again, they can end up hitting each other. So again, they have to be careful. But I would say mostly what I would do is, if I'd be him, I'd have wanted more destroyer pickets out. I'd have positioned my destroyer force. I'd have been tempted to position some destroyers and cruisers in such a way that they actually cover the other side of Savo Island. And that I have almost an eastern and a western force. With another force closer into the transport groups as the close protection. Castanea, that sounds so straightforward, and I would do it. You know, optimized by air warfare, constellations as primary ASW. Yeah, that's a great idea, a very sensible idea. Try getting that through Congress.
Yes, that is a sensible idea, which is made with reason and logic and a basic understanding of naval combat in the 21st century.
That was what I once had that conversation with someone. I was saying that, and they turned around to me. But like with tanks, the best tank destroyer is a better tank. The best sub killer is another sub, right?
No, the best tank destroyer is an Apache longbow.
And I basically had to have the conversation with them. I went, "How many times do you think a submarine's been sunk by another submarine?" Well, it must be the most common thing. I went, "No, it isn't. In fact, literally, in history so far, there's been one sub-on-sub kill underwater."
That we know about, at least. I'll give that caveat, but
yeah. But let's put it this way: it kind of makes things a little bit more problematic once you start making that case.
So Foxer actually brought up a point saying, "But planes are best sub hunters, right?" That actually has me curious. Which one did end up getting more, surface escorts or actual what's called maritime patrol stuff for anti-surface or anti-submarine warfare?
This is when I say this is when I say it's a difficult judgment, because on occasion the planes are guided in because the submarine's been damaged and it's getting away from the convoy, so the planes are called in, and on times the planes call in the surface units because they can do more persistently engagement. And this is what the thing is: submarines are one of those weapon systems which are the earliest weapon system which says they are truly going to be a combined operation system to deal with. To take on a submarine, you need helicopters, you need planes, and you need aircraft, or ships. I mean, you need the towed array sonar. You want the towed array sonar on those things because that's going to be a really powerful listening tool. You want the plane to be able to do a wide area search and to be able to drop off buoys all over the place that can listen for it. Maybe even occasionally drop in a couple of torps into the water if they think they've got a shot. And you want to have the helicopters to do the actual prosecution. The helicopters almost take on the role of the old flag class corvettes and those things in actually doing the prosecution and hunting down.
As Carrot's pointing out, more battleships have sunk submarines than sub-on-sub warfare underwater.
Yes, there are actually. This is true. Currently, at the moment, the battleships are ahead. The battleships are ramming submarines, including of course HMS Dreadnought, which her only ever confirmed kill was a submarine. Hang on, that might be why the US Navy suddenly wants to bring back battleships. They want an ASW ship.
It might work. Also, Fox
no, God, please, no.
Also, Foxer had another quick question from earlier.
I think we're making Dr. Dan positively ill at certain points of this discussion.
She quite with
oh
the
no,
advent...
I'm insane.
Yeah. With the advent of railguns, do you think you could see the return of nuclear shells? Personally, I'm a little bit skeptical on that, but thoughts?
I don't think anyone wants anyone wants that amount of power in a shell when they're going to be putting that much electrical current around it.
That's what I was thinking, because you'd have to protect it from that, and then...
And that was the major thing with putting the smart shells inside the railguns. It's a case of, we want to put a smart shell through this. Okay, so you've got to protect the computers from that much current and that much electromagnetism. Oh, that's going to be fun. Oh, goody. Oh, happy days. Oh.
Are we lining these shells with lead or something?
Some of the ideas. Lining with lead was a good start. Let's see, Mitchell. Given your last video, which ship would you say should not have been built? Last video, the never built carriers.
Burn.
If I was going to build any of them, and I'd say which ship shouldn't be built, it's going to be out of the options. It's going to be the French Power 6 versus the French Power 9. All the rest I can sort of justify building. I would also say the Chatfield Baby carriers. They're a nice idea, but honestly, that's one of the reasons why the light fleet design is in a position it isn't as capable as it is, ready to go. Because Henderson has literally been using light fleet carrier to keep Chatfield busy.
Fox's answer, and I swear this is Fox's, so no one try and murder the messenger.
We will.
Anything French, especially Charles de Gaulle. The carrier is as bad as he was.
Look, I've been telling you, Foxo, buy this book. You'll have endless hours of interesting stuff to read to upset Fleet. Hello, George Newman. Now, any stuff I've just had another email about it, so I've got to announce this. Right, so I have no idea, but apparently, according to YouTube, and I get to have something special on my system if I get to 500 subscribers plus. That 500 members plus. Yeah, 500 members. I think it is plus. So I have no idea about that one. But thank you to everyone.
Yeah, it would remember because you have like 20,000 subs.
I have
17,300 odd.
Yeah, I have about I have 20,000 subscribers to the one for the family bet, but I've just been told when I got to 200 members, which I got to 200 members the other day, probably because of Jack Ray giving about 150 memberships away. I will say that. I will say it's more likely Jack Ray. I got a note going, great, you've achieved 200. For next level memberships, to boost your members' lives even further, achieve 500. And I'm sort of going, okay, what do you give for the 500 if I get a 500? What does it, what does it work? I have no idea. I still can't, I've read through the email. I have not the foggiest clue. Not at all. It said a lot of stuff which went straight over my head. I will admit that. I have a PhD in war studies, This is my doctorate. And I honestly, that was full of enough of... I'm fairly certain at some point it was the English language, but it was the English language a while ago, many, many evolutions ago, and it went straight over my head. I'm not able to understand. I was also have been told by Twitch that if I get to 500 followers by Christmas, apparently something else happens to my channel. I have no idea. That's apparently my next target, getting to 500 followers on Twitter. I have no idea. I think maybe I get a Santa hat for my channel or something at that point. So, yeah.
I just want to point out that Doc's goal is to have 20,000 subs by Christmas.
Yes.
He wishes to be the dog for 20,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Busy man.
Thank you, Runon. It's always good to have the tone suitably lowered. I don't know where I'd be without it.
To have the tone suitably lowered?
Yes. The tone of the conversation.
In my defense, they did change up my meds on Friday.
Whereas I think I got all my swearing out of my system yesterday at work.
Okay, how are the new doctors doing? Did you just mute yourself? Rather than answer.
Amazingly, they didn't kill anyone. Unfortunately for them, none of them were in the building, so none of them got killed either. I was feeling positively stabby.
Dan, are you telling me that you were a perfect medical resident?
No.
Are you saying that these are advanced, stupid medical residents?
In some cases, yes.
My condolences.
On the scrub scale of JD, and down to he who shall not be named, for he eventually ends up working in the morgue because he's killed everyone. Doug, where are they lying on the JD to Doug scale?
I'm having Doug look after my mother.
Okay. They're that bad. All right.
Significant things significantly miss.
So what you're saying is that if I do go to the UK, I should seek medical care elsewhere.
No, it's mostly fairly good. Just make sure that they actually pay attention to your medical history and actually make sure you tell them what it is. And yeah, because they missed some really quite important things. Yeah.
So when they tell me that my ADHD is caused by undiagnosed sleep apnea, I need to wrap my hands around their neck and give them a hug.
Yes.
Yeah, they'll also probably tell you it's because you had too much paracetamol. Sorry, acetaminophen.
And that, obviously the reason why I have a compound fracture of my tibia and fibia is because I'm trans and on HRT.
No, it's because the chakras are misaligned, and your aura was bad, and the alignment of the stars was troublesome.
But I thought the stars were not in position for this tribute.
Okay. I'm getting worried about Dan now, but we've got an even more fun question coming from Bomir Boy. Which is basically the answer of what will come legally within the US of the killing of the 2 strike fighters in the Caribbean. Sorry if it's too political. Okay, from a naval history, maritime law perspective, okay, it's going to depend on which laws decided to apply. If it's domestic law, there are problems. If it's international maritime law, they could claim it's an ongoing military operation, and the trouble is, how many years have been referring to it as the war on drugs? Because, yeah, military operations at sea, and there are lots of people are going to tell you there are rules about these things, and there are rules. But as I often tell you on maritime law, about 90% of maritime law hasn't been written yet, and 90% of the stuff which has been written is written in precedent, not in statute. And so when someone tells you this is maritime law, smile. There's also the fun thing, that not all countries have signed up to the same set of statutes as others, and America hasn't signed up to the same statutes as necessarily everyone else has, because they've actually avoided some of them. And so,
as a general rule, Washington has not agreed to any international treaty that would allow foreign entities to unilaterally prosecute American citizens.
Yep.
For crimes committed on foreign soil.
Yep, which means that pretty much. Let me put it this way: what we saw happen is what I would call a legally grey area, but legality is going to be open to a wide degree of interpretation depending on which lawyer you're talking to at the time and how much they're charging you. And good luck with this one.
Realistically, the only way you will see anybody in that chain of command prosecuted, let alone convicted, is if the administration changes and the replacement administration wants to clean house or set an example.
And that's going to set a bad precedent for them. Because there's going to come at a certain point where they're going to want to use force. Maybe not. The thing is, a lot of this has happened before. It just has been publicized about it. Okay? We've heard about incidents where, in nicest way, boats have come a cropper running into warships and have decided to play chicken with the warship, and the warship's gone, I've got a 5-inch gun. We've heard about those sort of incidents over the years. It's been around. No one's really sort of dug into it because no one's publicized. It's been publicized. If you're the next administration, you go after these people because it was publicized, and then you get yourself into a situation where you need something done, and that's the best option or the least worst option for you to pursue, and you turn around to people and go, well, I want you to do this, they're going to go, well, we're not going to do that because you prosecuted the last people who did it. And that becomes your problem. So, honestly, nothing will probably happen. It's going to leave a bad taste in some people's mouths, but also, this is going to sound terrible, but with the way, especially some of the cartels have been going on about how much military force they have and how they can take it, they have kind of...
asked for it.
Yeah, they've painted themselves into a corner. It's kind of like if a pirate because we do Pirates of the Burning Sea a lot on this channel. Look, imagine if a pirate captain had turned around to the Royal Navy and gone, I'm strong enough, I can take you on and beat you. The Royal Navy's not going to back down from that. They're going to show you they can beat the living daylights out of you because they have to.
No, it's when it's when the tiny dog is there yipping at something huge, but safely behind a glass door, and then you open the door for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bowman boy, I understand that's what you're talking about, and essentially,
yeah,
you're there. So I think that was an airstrike. So the pilot is going to claim that they were ordered to do it by their
chain of command.
Squadron commander. Yeah, and it's just going to pass all the way up to the chain of command until it gets to POTUS. And
again, even if it's an airstrike at sea, it doesn't matter if it's a ship or an aircraft at sea. It's still it's still maritime law, and it's still the thing. And it's going to be a case of a lot of discussions. But again, there are going to have been lawyers involved in this chain of command. Every single command staff these days includes a legal team. And they're going to have judged it fine.
Potentially. But if you're looking for legal justice on this one, look at how many law enforcement officers have been involved in questionable shootings and never seen the inside of a courtroom.
And Bowman Boy, it goes against DoD law internally prohibiting the killing of shipwreck survivors. Yes, you can say that, but also they can say it's a drug war. The target was to destroy the drugs. We are making sure the drugs were destroyed, and I'm sorry, there were
collateral damage.
Yes,
but right, there is no one who is going. Realistically, there is no one outside of the U.S. who has the ability to force a war crime trial for everybody involved in the kill chain. And internally...
And who really wants to? Because admittedly, if you start a war crime trial on that one, you're going to be on the side of the... you're getting into bed, whether you like it or not, with the cartels. And that's not politically good ground in America for you to be jumping into. So basically, it's not. Yeah. I'm not condoning it, and please don't get me wrong. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that legally, you guys, that you're all hoping, might be hoping for something, but it ain't going to happen.
Because who outside of the US is going to force a prosecution? Who's actually going to try and drag a US official?
Who even cares enough? Who even cares enough on this subject about that? In a nicest way. Again, which country out there is going to care enough about the people who were involved in this? Or is going to want to be seen to be caring enough about the people involved in matters to do it?
To me, it's some of the other stuff they've been saying. I'm sorry, go on.
Cactus does. The thing I don't understand is why is the U.S. Navy gone so heavy on the drug boats? Look at who's in charge at the civil side. Look at how much tact and diplomacy and even-handedness is currently in the White House and Pentagon.
Well, no, Caxton, I give the example here is the U.S. Navy is always... Carry on, but...
Realistically, the only thing that you might see come of this is it's brought up in an impeachment proceeding. But if it's not brought up as part of an impeachment proceeding, you will never see it come up.
No.
Fox is also pointing out with how much drugs have done damage to the US, and now that they've started, they can't really stop.
And
they can't back down.
And I would say and this is the simple thing, is this has always been on the cards. The moment you have the US Navy getting involved, the US Navy is going to present their commander-in-chief, go, okay, you want us to intercept drug operations. Well, this methodology, the stopping and searching, will intercept this many operations. This, when we go act off intelligence and we engage likely targets with heavy force, is going to probably curtail this much of the drug operation. We are raising the cost that much higher. And usually, to be honest, the rules of engagement are set by each sort of administration as it comes in and telling them exactly where sort of to stop. But that's it. It's always there as an option. Because let's put it this way, the US Navy is not a police organization. Neither is the Royal Navy. Neither is the British Army or the US Army. They are not police organizations. They are warfighting organizations and they're trained in the use of force to achieve political ends.
They are there to break things and hurt people.
The bit that's a little concerning to me about this is the whole statement Trump made about also all airlines and pilots.
Avoid
all airliners. The airspace above and surrounding Venezuela is closed in its entirety. That, to me, feels...
No, that's actually... What's interesting is the president doing that out on Twitter, but usually you do get orders like this before you have airstrikes going in, because it's to basically... You're sending off, because if Venezuela fires up their air defense missiles, and instead of them hitting you, because they don't see the B-2 going overhead, they don't, the pixels are missing from the sky scenario, but they hit an Airbus, that's going to look bad, isn't it? So usually this goes out as a quiet signal to everyone. And it's just sent out as a message, and people just reroute themselves. And surely you've noticed this if you've ever been flying, your planes, the airline doesn't go to route, suddenly stops doing the route over Ukraine, which would have been the normal route to go to a certain destination. You're now going a different way, and that sort of thing. The difference is Trump doing it himself and putting it out publicly, and that raises the level a bit. But it fits with his kind of modus operandi of maximum impact.
It's just not going to win him any favors, I feel, making statements like that in the platforms he does the way he does.
No, it's not. But is he looking for favors in that one, or is he looking for maximum impact? You have to remember, he's not so much bothered about the favors thing, because because of the way the world's being currently forced, we're kind of forced to deal with him no matter what we want. So he can get away with some of those things.
To me, it's the more concern of what happens after him.
Yes,
in the short term, he's right. The impact's definitely probably best, but
and also, I would hate to say this, but there is one thing, an advantage of it, if he's tweeted out like this, is if someone, let's say, a nation chooses to ignore it, no one can say he didn't warn them. He's done it personally. So if another nation decided, let's say, make political favor by actually flying their airline over there and it accidentally getting hit, can anyone in the world say we didn't know?
Depends who hits it.
Yeah.
Because, unfortunately, I am aware of, I think, at least 2 instances where the US has shot down civilian airliners, even when they were meant to be in the right place.
Yeah.
So, I think it very much depends what, how, and where.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean,
And, Knight, I'd be very careful about saying the UK has suspended intel sharing. I think we've suspended it in the Caribbean because of our own internal laws, but even then, I'd be very careful about how we phrase that, because it's being blown over quite dramatically.
And I'm gonna remind the court here that the reason that we were just following orders didn't work at Nuremberg is because the Germans weren't trying their own.
No.
To be fair, actually, I thought the whole thing of we were just following orders did work for the Germans mostly, because that was sort of the first time dealing with this. It didn't work for some, but there was a large number of soldiers who were on trial for it where...
It worked for a fair number of the soldiers. It didn't work for a fair number of the politicians and other sections of society. It's amazing it didn't work for the civilians, because soldiers ultimately can always say, well, if I don't follow orders, I'm going to get shot. Because that's that's what happens to soldiers.
And yes, there are a lot of people on the domestic side of things in the U.S. who do care and are making a lot of noise. The problem is they're not in any positions that matter.
Yeah.
Frankly,
and also,
it's a crappy thing to say in any level of democratic institutions, but the opinion of the man on the street, except in the 60 days before voting time, doesn't matter. The United States has no popular recall mechanism except in maybe a couple localities, but definitely nothing at the federal level. So basically, your only hope to see any justice, if there's even justice to be had in this situation, is a heck of a lot of impeachments after midterms. And I do mean a heck of a lot of impeachments.
I don't think that's going to happen with the way the Democrats are. I'm sorry, I don't think the Democrats are going to be winning enough seats at the impeachment at the midterms. Honestly, I don't. They're spending too much time doing internal squabbles. They are currently fighting over what kind of Democrat Party they want, and more concerned with that and purity tests on that than they are over running the country.
Because they're currently in the cycle of of making sure that the blame for losing an election they thought they were going to win, kind of, they're busy blaming, making sure that is spread nice and widely.
Yeah.
And I say this to somebody who is.
In the nicest way, they've already done that. They've had the off-year gubernatorial elections and special elections. It's going to depend upon whether or not the DNC, screws the pooch again for like eighth year running.
Raleigh just crossed his eyes at that phrasing. That caused Raleigh a great concern.
But and the level of impeachments you'd need, because you'd have to go POTUS, VPOTUS, SecDef, SecNav, and probably a couple of undersecretaries. Like, you're talking a dozen impeachments that you'd have to push through.
Yeah,
to take out everybody involved in this decision. So, yeah.
Good luck.
Also, it will come back to, you're doing this to protect the drug dealers.
Yeah.
Oh, it won't be the primary cause of action. It will be listed as a cause of action, but it will not be the primary cause of action.
Yeah, but it's just kind of
no. But that's what they'll sort of be spinning on the news, and that's what
it's how it'll spin. And and with any luck, they will take one look at that and go, "Okay, not touching that one with a barge pole."
Yeah,
I mean, there's still plenty of grounds for this administration, but
don't get.
Yeah,
usually is for most administrations. Let's be honest. There is a lovely joke in The West Wing which I tend to repeat, which is basically the first president at the time asking Leo McGarry, who's chief of staff, so how many laws have I broken today? Only a half a dozen. It's fine, because that's the reality in international law. You're more often not breaking laws at various points. Sometimes in service of other laws, because you are to follow one law, you have to break another one law, because quite a lot of international law is contradictory. It's great fun. Castanea. Anyway, next question. Which warship was constructed the furthest from the ocean? I'm going to say warship as in not a patrol boat or something which is just fitted with a gun, but actually a proper warship. I'm going to go for the Great Lakes during the War of 1812. They're probably the farthest construction from the ocean. Anyone have any further suggestions?
Maybe something for the Mongolian Navy?
Yeah, but
and if we say
there's a tugboat out of a gun I did on them.
If we say oceans and not seas, anything that was stuck in the Black Sea?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going off that, then I guess, yeah. Or potentially something in the Baltic. I don't really know any off the top of my head.
Carol151, what is a good book about the Arsenale shipyard in Venice? And would this be a place you visit in the Italian tour? Yes, it would be. And I have a fair number of books on Venice.
Boxer suggesting Paraguayan river monitors.
Yeah, they're quite far. there are some interesting books on the Arsenale. I would say there is a great history which you can find on Amazon, which is on Kindle Unlimited. It is completely free. It's 99p as an audiobook, apparently, and it's £6.30 to buy the paperback version. And that is called The Venetian Arsenal, The History and Legacy of the Weapons Industry That Made Venice the Mediterranean's Strongest Naval Power, by the Charles River editors. It's pretty. It's an interesting thing, an interesting little book, which I have read. Anything else there? Slightly more upmarket from that is the Routledge book, which is the Venice Arsenal Between History, Heritage, and Reuse, which is which is an interesting discussion of the heritage of the site. I have to admit, I was not particularly impressed with it as a historical study, but I was really impressed with it as a heritage study of how, talking about that, but it wasn't really a historical study. And there's another one. Oh, yeah, there's a very expensive one which is called Shipbuilders of Venetian Arsenal, which is massive and really old and really expensive. But yeah, there are some good books out there about the Arsenal, but I would say I would go for the £6.30 one, because it's not got a lot. It's got enough in it that is going to be interesting to you. Not so much it's going to be. It's not so expensive that you're going to sit there looking at yourself afterwards and going, "Why did I spend this much on this topic?" Because like most shipyards, they don't get a lot written about them realistically. Sadly enough.
On an unrelated note to spending money, I've just been browsing the Naval and Military Press website, and I'm just trying to decide if there's anything else I wanted to get before I spend about 50 quid on books.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything that stood out to you?
You've got, what do you say?
So it's the Naval and Military people.
Yes, you got £50 on books, did you say? So I was sort of half listening, and £50 on books went through my mind. I went, "Oh, that's about one book. Hang on, what was the rest he said?"
No,
books. I heard books.
Quite a lot of them are under £3.
Oh.
They've got X-planes, German Luftwaffe prototypes, 1930 to 45 for £2.39.
Which site is this?
This is Naval and Military Press, who've got a 20% discount.
Oh yeah.
Until the end of today, and who have a flat £4.25 delivery fee for any size order.
Oh, they are nice. They are nice people.
British battleships 1889 to 1904 by R.A. Burt is £6.39. The relatively recent Fighting in the Dark by Trent Hone and somebody else is £9.59. And what were the other ones I was looking at? They've got Warships After Washington and Warships After London, but I've got both of those, but they're both there and quite cheap. British warship losses in the modern era, 1920 to 1982. Stopping Hitler, an official account of how Britain planned to defend itself in the Second World War. Rifle Volunteers, how to organise and drill them, 1859, which is £2.80. because why not? Yeah. Sorry, so that's kind of one of the reasons I've been distracted, is I've been meaning to look at all of that stuff.
And meanwhile, I have a spec sheet for a truck on my desk for $43,000.
Ooh.
Ah.
So you're buying the Ford F-150?
No, I'm buying a Tacoma. An F-150 would start at $43,000 and go up from there. This one is actually reasonably well equipped, but definitely not a top rank trim level, because I don't need a top rank trim level. I don't need to spend $50,000 on a Ranger. And the Ford guy finally didn't text me this morning to see how he could sell me a $50,000 Ranger that has a 5-foot bed on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 9681. Just how worn out were the Invincible class by the time a step hull extension was being considered? Worn out enough that, frankly, I wish they hadn't been considering it. Paul Amos, 1962. Any chance of a general chat with Prof. Lambert on the development of imparting history, Naval and general history, over his career and where it will go? I could try and organise that, but that's... I'm currently having fun because there are conferences coming up and it's going to involve him a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are these conferences coming up in May or June? Yes, Steve. Not Steve. Stafford. It is a 2026 SR5 4-door 6-foot bed taco with tow kit and heated seats. Because it is physically hurting me to get into my Fiesta at the end of every workday. I'm also tired of being...
Yeah. Also, are you looking for one with the massaging seats or just the heated seats?
Just the heated seats. I don't need motors in my seats. That's just another thing to break that I'm going to have to get parts for, and it's going to be outrageously expensive.
You see, I would normally say yes, but you don't need them. But I recently had the joy of having a hire van, which did have massaging seats as well as heated seats, and I have to admit, it was a very fun experience for me. Regan Bender 5712. With the Royal Navy focused during the Cold War being ASW centric, why did they stick with the ferry gunnet for so long? Did they consider the S2 or S3 for CVO1? They were looking at various options, and I think they did look at the Vikings for CVO1, but they stuck with the ferry gunnet because it worked and it was British. And it was perfectly fine. It's one of the things of the ferry gunnet. The technology inside was actually pretty darn good for ASW operations, and it was pretty darn useful and robust and reliable. And that's one of the things. It was very reliable. And the British have a habit of picking reliability as a core function of their aircraft design, which does tend to make them tend to stick with designs slightly longer than others would possibly not. Because for the Royal Navy, reliability matters. Basically, for the Royal Navy, the criteria is we want operational aircraft, not we want the best aircraft available. They want the most aircraft available, and that means they want reliable aircraft, and that usually means you stick with the older designs, which you know better. 9681. On the Invincibles, why was there nowhere else to put the Sea Dart launcher? As you think it could have been designed for the ship to fit the magazine launcher on a platform in the stern. Oh, that sounds a great place. Let's fire a missile as an aircraft's coming into land. See? That's the answer. Basically, the easiest place to put the missile launcher is at the front, is in the dead space next to the ski ramp, because you can more easily the pilots can more easily visually time when they're coming in and what they're doing. They don't have to. If they see the Sea Dart launcher start to move, they don't move. But if you're coming into land, and helicopters, Harriers, they all approached from the stern and came in, and they might not do a rolling landing, but they did come in. You sort of go, oh, frigate, I'm in this maneuver, I can't do anything, I have to get out the sky. Whereas if it's at the front, you've got a bit more chance to avoid it. So the front makes more sense. Also, you're less likely to get FOD over the ship that way, in a space that you don't want to have the FOD.
Is there a space on a carrier deck where you want to have FOD?
No, there's no space you want to have FOD, but there's spaces where it's easier to manage than other places.
Fair enough.
Seneca, did the Croatian or Yugoslavian navies carry on some of the traditions of the Austro-Hungarian navy? I think the Yugoslavian did, but I don't think the Croatian did. Paul Amos, what is the most extraordinary comment reply that won't appear in a scuttlebutt this week? Any of the ones which made it immediately to the held function. Surprisingly large number of those managed to appear to the hold. The amount of people who like to call other people cult members this week has gone up high. And Wayne, if you're watching, you'll know which one of your comments from quite a long time ago has been held up, because you know exactly why it was held up. Literally the first 2 words in the comment to respond you did to someone. I know you disagree with them, but you and I both know those words aren't getting through on my channel with my little cousins reading the comments, are they?
Also, can I just point out, if you're going to say you're in a cult, you need to be paying your subs.
Please be careful of that phrasing.
Why?
No. People keep accusing me of being either occult, or my followers because of what they're saying in the comments of being in a cult. I'm not sure why people are now accusing me of being being occult. I'm wondering if, because it's the same person who's done the same message about the comment 3 times. I'm wondering if they have got confused in their phraseology of what occult means, because they keep accusing me of spreading the occult, and I'm removing a lot of swear words from this, but they keep using occult. That's OCCULT.
Wasn't there somebody who was claiming that you were putting a hex on people with your hand motions and you wore oven mitts for a video?
What?
No, that was Steve Lato, who's does law stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, but I have, there's all sorts of things which have been claimed recently, and I'm not sure. And which cult exactly? Well, this is the thing, though. This is the point I make. Quite a lot of my followers seem to claim to be members of quite a lot of the Brewstorians do claim to be members of the cult of the Blackburn. So, actually accusing people...
it's the cult Blackburnicus. Get it right.
Oh, good lord, it gets worse.
It's the cult Blackburnicus. You've known this. You founded it.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I not to. I tried.
You have the emotes and everything.
Oh, God, help me.
You are the progenitor of the cult Blackburnicus. It's okay. It's fine. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Then, of course, there's the Church of the Catalina, as well.
Which are heretics and apostates and should be purged from existence. I don't know why this is such a revolutionary statement for some people.
Oh, good lord, help us all. Anyway, so there is that going on in this channel, which there is no other history channel I know which has that as part of its functions. I have been looking.
And I'm quite concerned that Bishop Dan is being so quiet in his defense of the blessed Blackburn. Long may it observe.
High Bishop, I think. And it's probably because he's probably getting a drink of tea.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds really big.
Blackburn is perfect unto itself.
Oh, good God. The Blackburn, the only aircraft which flies because the very earth rejects it.
Yep.
Paul Amos, what is the answer to that one? Steve, I have seen a video on 3D printed boats. How long will it take for one of these to have a printer to make USV hulls? Okay.
Okay, so we all know what happened to the Titan, right? The Titan submersible. Yeah. Now let's do that with a 3D printed Titan submersible.
Let's put it this way, okay? So, when I'm putting together a monitor stand, okay, for my monitors, so that I can have. Well, I don't have it, but my sister does. So I set up her. If I say this, Dan is going to cry. My sister's got new desks. Okay, I had to put in new desks again. She's got entirely new desks.
It could be worth it. Could be Christmas decorations.
Yeah, but you know how many times I've had to rebuild her desks. Anyway, so because they are the IKEA desks, which you have a desktop and you can buy separate legs on them and everything. So I made it so that in the future, instead of me having to replace whole desks, I just have to replace whatever part has been broken. Individual legs, fine, I can do that. Individual desk, yeah, I can fix that. It's just made my life easier. When you're putting in the monitor stand, and it's a nice double monitor stand she has, and you're attaching the clips onto the back, and you can choose. They always give you the option of putting in 4 screws. You need at least 3 for it to be safety. I always put in 4 because, frankly, in a nicest way, if I put in 3 and one goes, then I'm down to 2, and I'm not really technically secure on the insurance standing. So I go for 4. Then if one goes, I still got 3, and I'll the odds of two screws failing is a lot smaller than the odds of one screw failing, and that's small enough. So it makes sense. Now, if I was putting that in on a naval installation, let's say on board a ship, there are 8 holes. I would be putting in 8 different screws. Because the subject of forces you're going to put that piece of equipment through are going to be that much greater. And the odds, therefore, of an individual screw breaking, or even a couple of screws breaking, under the force of under that force, is that much higher. This is the point I make about a lot of warship construction. And people ask me, why isn't it as cheap to build a warship? Why isn't it as cheap to build a warship as it is a merchant ship? And I go, well, because a merchant ship is built for peacetime operations. A warship is built for war, where you don't just have to deal with the natural environment trying to kill you. You have to deal with other humans trying to kill you, and other humans, believe it or not, can be a damn sight more precise, excuse the French, than Mother Nature. And they can be very targeted with their violence. And so,
somehow more inventive.
When we're asking sort of how long will it be until you see 3D printed boats and 3D printers going to sea, which I know is what Steve was actually asking, we are talking about decades. Now, I have talked in the past on bilge pumps about modular ships going to sea and modular USVs. And I could see that being part of it. And modular vessels with components being 3D printed on them could be done could be done in a far quicker fashion. But hull, everything 3D printed, that's gonna be a while away because, to be honest, yeah, getting a 3D printer that works in the grade of fiberglass and systems you need for building a boat, that would be an interesting system.
Also,
Paul, I would, but she's already got broken the screws, so that's why I've done enough reason I've done it for monitor. Don't go there. Okay, don't go there.
Potentially silly question, but
oh, and good news, Dando, I have bought another set of Christmas lights.
Must remember this is a family-friendly channel.
I bought a blow-up Christmas dog that literally is going to be about 6 foot high and lights up.
I don't need to be hearing this. You're triggering significant flashbacks.
And I might even take you to Trago Mills with me, because when you're here, because I hear you and Dan are both coming down. We're going to get the double Ds coming down.
I'm
not
sure I'm going to be able to.
We're going to cross fingers you are, because we want you to have a bit of a holiday. And I'm planning on taking you to St. Maur's. If you're both down here, I'm going to take you for the day out to St. Maur's and take you across on the river, on the boat across the Fowl Estuary, so you can go through the Fowl and take you to a nice burger place.
I mean, I've been through. I've got the 4 days off over Christmas, so you know, things. No, the bit of a ship which I'm least likely to want to be 3D printing is probably the hull.
I agree with that assessment.
That's the thing. So I don't want to. It's if a piece breaks of something, and I can. Well, I mean, because having a 3D printer is no different from having a whole load of blanks which you would have had on your machine shop of the various things you might need of the various sizes. And you know, even on you know, and that's one of the things which a cruiser has that, say, a destroyer doesn't, is it's actually got a decent sized workshop with various kind of smallish machine tools and things, so that you can fabricate the things you need. So having a 3D printer as part of that is not something radical, because they're used to making stuff. Why would I want to build a bit of hull plating in a 3D printer? That's something pretty simple and standardized. And also, I almost certainly want it to be steel.
I would add on to that topic, though, is that's actually causing a bit of fun, because at what point do we start to consider the various workshops aboard cruisers and capital ships of the Royal Navy as the equivalent of a garden shed? Because there are lots of times when the engineers are left in there with nothing much to do, and they don't have anything else to do at their time because they're not doing deep maintenance, and they just muck around and come up with stuff. And that caused me fun for a certain person's video next week.
It's not a shed unless it's a separate structure that is at least mostly freestanding. So yes, possibly...
Apart from when you realised the workshops aboard Sheffield were called the sheds.
Well, I was thinking some of the stuff that they did on the flight decks of some of the maintenance carriers.
Oh, yeah, that was even more fun.
Those are starting to get disturbingly close to garden sheds.
1981, question 17. How accurate is it that Invincibles were forced into a role they are not designed for? Realistically, to an extent, they weren't forced into a role they weren't designed for. They were forced into a role that was beyond the scope of their original design parameters, but for which they surprisingly were more capable for than they were supposed to be. Almost as if when they'd been designed, someone had an idea that shit might happen.
You mean the Royal Navy realised that what they wanted was carriers, that what they would order was carriers, and what they would call them was not carriers, and they realised the government wouldn't realise?
Yeah, I just wish they'd managed to go for the one which was an extra 5,000 to 6,000 tons.
Yeah, but one thing that Britain, it feels like, is consistent about, certainly since we have started using steel to build our ships, is we don't build them with enough growth space, room for growth.
No.
They are always too tight in a sense of being close to the kind of the requirement of the time, rather than being able to grow in terms of capabilities and stick more stuff on.
Yeah.
That seems to be an absolute absolute kind of consistent thing, which, and the contrast of that is really with the Americans, I would say, who tend to build a bit bigger.
Yeah, I would say the British do tend to be a little bit restrictive.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit restrictive.
So, I see a couple of comments in the YouTube side of things. The issue with the 3D printing a lot of times is the stuff is brittle and it cannot take the shear that an injection molded part can.
Yeah.
And if you want to do if you want to do metal sintering 3D printing, you can do that. But usually the way most of those systems work, they take a lot of power and they do not like unstable surfaces.
Mm-hmm.
Like a rolling warship deck.
Oh well, you can stabilize that. You can gimbal mount it.
Yeah, but even then, I with some of what I've seen for the metal printing, it may not even like a gimbal system.
No,
it would be a very expensive.
You're going to have to make it free floating to an extent, or you're going to have to make it. Yeah, there's going to be enough complications in that. It's going to be fun. Probably
and the risk
you're going to. The interesting thing is you're probably going to need something the size of an LPD, and you're going to need to center line. You're going to need to mount it on the center line so it gets the minimum amount of motion. You're going to need a centerline mount.
Yeah.
It's going to be really annoying because it's going to take up centerline space, and you're going to have to mount it perfectly centerline. So it is going to take up space in the really prime real estate in the ship, which is going to cause
you essentially
yeah.
You need to bring the Hestus supply ship, repair ship back, and then you can probably start really looking into at sea underway 3D printing.
Mm-hmm. And I am less than 80,000 views away from reaching 3.5 million views from the lifetime on this channel.
That's slightly scary.
Yeah, it is.
Do it.
I'm very close. I'm very close to 1.5 million hours of watch time as well.
Good.
I think quite a large amount of that watch time is probably though Steve, considering he watches quite a lot of my videos.
Steve.
No, would a larger hull for the Invincibles have made the 80-foot slip hull extension more viable? A larger hull would have made the 80-foot slip hull extension not necessary. That's the point. You don't need to add on 80 feet of slip if you already have that 80 foot. And if you consider the Invincible class, right? They are lovely ships, but there are design ranges which range up to, as said, another 6,000 tons. So if you're going for 22,000 to 28,000 tons, you've gone off by almost a third. You're starting off at a length of 686 feet. If you're going up by a third, roughly a third, you're going up by probably well over 150 feet in length. And that's the thing. You're going up. I think that one was longer and was wider, and I think it had the flex deck as well, sort of thing, below the hangar deck. So the hangar, one of the lifts went down to a sort of second space below the hangar deck, which could be used as a flexible space. And yeah,
that sounds nice.
Steve is now using advanced emojis on the viewers. I'm worried. My admins are now actually using advanced emojis on people.
They're learning.
That's scary.
Involving.
I've met my admins. Most of them, most of them, I'm slightly disturbed when they start to use emojis, because it's kind of like when my mum starts to use emojis. I'm going, oh good lord.
One day she will become VTuber.
Don't, please. That's yeah. I have to rebuild her office.
She will become simultaneously VTuber and more popular than us all.
Yeah, and that's the point at which Drac probably does actually start his cooking channel.
Drac with a cooking channel?
Don't get me started. Volunteer per order. Being that a heater, dry or wet torpedo, is basically a rocket plus external combustion engine, why not LOX or FLOX or RFNA? A nuclear submarine definitely could make LOX, and RFNA is storable.
Because liquid oxygen will combust with literally anything.
Yeah, this is what I was sort of thinking about: liquid oxygen or fluid liquid oxygen, or RFNA. Yeah, those are all. Yeah, pretty much. Those things are sufficiently combustible, sufficiently problematic to manage that no one wants to touch them with a 10-foot barge pole.
Look at the Japanese experience with the Long Lance in World War II.
Are we suggesting that this may be a
explosive?
bit explodey?
No,
Yes.
not at all. Just more, less explodey and more. Oh my God, the steel is on fire.
Yeah, RNFA and such is not pleasant.
I mean,
Because in the presence of liquefied oxygen, everything is flammable.
Apparently, we skipped Timu's question. Oh,
yes, we did, but it's.
I mean,
and he's Nordic.
What is the weirdest tradition in use on the navies around the world? By whose standards weird? Because the trouble is, to me, things like crossing the equator ceremonies seem perfectly normal, but I've grown up in a nautical family. So for me, it's perfectly normal that people get dressed up in various outfits and get dunked in water. And various other
and
things.
hazed with an inch of their life sometimes.
No, it's not hazing. Hazing is done. Hazing is something which is applied to new recruits. This is applied to anyone who hasn't crossed the equator before, which could include if the captain of the ship hadn't done it before. They would get it.
Yes, but the amount of crossing the line ceremony the captain is going to get versus Seaman Stuffy first class, they are not the same.
In the nicest way, think about this. In the nicest way, if the captain has to go through it and has never done it before, and the person in charge is the senior chief petty officer, and the senior chief petty officer has command of the traditions because, they're the oldest person who's been through the ceremony, has done it most times, and therefore is the king of the sea. Are you really telling me that senior chief is not going to have some fun with that?
Oh, they're going to have some fun with it.
You really think... And let's put it this way, especially considering the modern world, if they are cruel to the junior sailor, there are issues. But who is going to tell them off, and who is going to tell them off for hazing the captain within an inch of their life? Because the captain can't... Well, can the captain do so? Because if the captain does, then the captain's basically saying they couldn't take it, aren't they?
I'm just saying it's a whole lot less risky to go after Seaman Stuffy than it is to go after Captain Stuffy.
It used to be in the olden days. Today, it's a lot less risky to go after the captain because shooting up is allowed and encouraged. Shooting down is discouraged.
Yeah, that's what the government wants you to think.
No. Speaking of someone who has a friend who was a senior officer who recently had to go through a crossing the equator ceremony because he'd never been through it officially, because he'd served on submarines and was now on a surface ship, No, no. Admittedly, I had told he had made age jokes about his senior chief a couple of times. Which
Okay, then he's
he
asking for.
hilarious. And he said, well, the chief laughed with them. I went, the chief did laugh with them. The chief also knew the ceremony was coming up, didn't the chief? Yes, they did. And they knew exactly your sea time, didn't they? Yes, they did. So in nicest way, every time they were laughing, were they laughing at your jokes, or were they laughing at the thought of what they were going to do to you?
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. That officer asked for it.
That officer should have
I mean,
made it.
They practically dressed up in drag and started having a luau.
Oh, so you've been to one of these ceremonies?
I've heard enough stories.
Look, the one tradition which has stopped is now, because you don't have stag ships anymore, is the naked bar and naked mess routines, when everyone used to be completely stark naked. And I will only say this from the perspective of some of the sailors who were there. It was great for apparently a bonding experience. It was not great from a cleaning experience, because it was when they found out some of their colleagues really weren't using the full 2 minutes they were allowed in the shower.
Yes.
That is disappointing to learn.
But actually, it's when you find out that a couple of the chiefs I've talked to at that time, who said, no, it used to be really useful for being as a way of discreetly reminding people who weren't using their time to shower, because all their colleagues would quickly find out they hadn't been. And they would get basically ribbed until they did. So it was either, okay, I've had a word with you and you haven't listened to me, so now I'm going to call a naked mess. Just for the ship fun, a week or so later. And let all your colleagues deal with you. LOV, yes, everyone could live without that knowledge. But it's when you find that most of these traditions are actually, if in doubt, are usually chiefs using them to manipulate the system for when people don't listen to words and they want to have something between words of you and actual punishment. Because they don't want to go through the paperwork of writing you up for a charge to send you to the first lieutenants, to discuss things and be potentially charged for not showering properly. Yes, we're talking surface ships, AC-75. Submarines have their own special experiences. Really special. Yeah.
Currently trying to think about
Stafford. The main reason I've heard that it's now been stopped was because of the psychological damage which was done by the Fine Agenda on the traditional, on the more brutish gender, because it wasn't supposed to be being done, and someone had a bright idea of trying to do it on a mixed ship, and apparently this is of course the first generation of Wrens who were involved aboard, and all I've heard is that they made comments about how disappointing many people were.
Stafford, that's like, okay, yeah, equal rights, equal fights, but also here, that's kind of
yeah, no. So it's not that it was banned, but there was yes, it was felt to be inappropriate by the politicians and a lot of the people involved, and B, it was kind of inappropriate anyway, especially with modern navies in the modern world. Also, it no longer served its purpose because, how do I put this? It used to also fit with washing days, when you had a whole ship washing day and you ran out of clothes and all sorts of things. There were all sorts of reasons for doing it, which you don't have now. But yeah, I actually heard that from a Wren who may or may not have been there and involved in that, and yeah, she was a fine lady. and a very, very fine stoker. Very good at her job when it came to running her engines. And oh my god, yeah. I've met 2 ladies like her. One of them gave me that story. The other one chased Dr. Dan around an engine room with a spanner, putting notes on her engines.
What did you do, Dan?
All I say is the first generation of lady stokers in the Royal Navies, whether they're Royal Navy or Royal Canadian Navy or Royal Australian Navy, were all
Die retiring in flower light.
In the opposite world, yes, maybe. Jonathan, also, it's no longer 2 minutes. It's now 2.5 minutes. No, it's actually 3 minutes on later ships. They have enough water heating capacity.
Isn't it less the water heating capacity and more the desal capacity?
Not really, because it was always the water heating capacity, not the desal capacity. It was literally because, of course, you have to remember you have separate water heaters for the showers because the water heater going into the boilers and the engines makes it too hot.
I was just having horrible visions of Soviet submarine crew going, "Look, we have lots of unlimited hot water for showers. Hot water for rest of life."
Okay, there is the story that once actually happened on a Royal Navy submarine was in for a service with a civilian in a civilian yard being maintained, and someone mistook one of the taps for being a hot water tap for their tea. Before they drank it, they were disabused of that idea, but they all said yes, yeah, 3 minutes is a luxury. If you can't clean your whole body in 3 minutes, and you're just in there, wasting time and socializing with yourself. That's all you're doing in the shower if you're longer than 3 minutes.
Spoken like somebody with very short hair.
Yes. Why do you think I keep it so short?
Yeah, and if I was on shipboard, I'd keep my hair short too, but I'm not. So I don't.
Yeah.
So now I can make snarky comments.
Yeah. Knight 681. For Dragon, is it accurate to say that Ain, the Angel of Void, and Soft, the Angel of Laws and Ur, and Angel of Death from Data Live would not be a good idea in the world of Azur Lane?
Well, considering Angel of Laws is literally a reality bender in its territory, it literally can create an absolute territory field. So, yeah, and then Angel of Void literally illuminate an entire world with light, erasing whomever or whatever they desire from all reality.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that actually, for humanity, that's probably a very good thing to have in Azur Lane. We don't like you. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Or at least, right, Crash. Maybe I say humanity might have useful benefits for humanity. Just don't give it to humanity.
Yeah, we don't necessarily trust High Command.
Reality warpers, so much fun.
Oh, how's Night Shift doing, by the way?
Last I heard, they were in trouble again.
I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about what I'm going to come back to on Monday to find that they up.
So if they if they mess everything up and they've have destroyed all the cable, what happens then? Do you have to wait for a new cable to come in and very unhappy customer, or is it a case of right, that's it, we're done?
It's wait for new cable coming.
The DOE gets involved basically, actively involved instead of just CC'd. I think is what happens at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
That almost like sabotage.
Now, LEV, Italy may sell some of their FREMs to Greece. My understanding is that this would be good for the industry, but it would mean further delays for the Marine Maritime in Italia to reach their fleet-size goals. Thoughts? The Italians are the only ones who actually have a claim of anything like a decent production line of frigates, so they will probably be the least affected. And also, I've heard they want to make some modifications to their next batch of FREMs, which might make them more suitable for themselves. So if they can sell off some of the earlier ones, then they are more likely to get more of the better ones for later themselves. It's kind of like there are some conversations about what batch 3 Type 26 is going to look like for the Royal Navy. And all of us are hoping, so broad-beamed Leander time, or batch 3 Type 22's time, i.e. something which is ooh, wow, it's the Super Hornet to the Hornets, the time going on here.
It's the Belfast and Edinburgh to the Southampton.
Yes.
I thought I'd keep it more historical. That, you know what I mean. Yeah. Do you think the Americans will go for? Sorry, because I missed it earlier, but I was listening and catching up. Do we think the Americans will now have a look at Type 26?
No. Well, not officially.
No.
Not in this. Basically, not in any official capacity in this administration. In an unofficial capacity, or in the next administration, if there is one.
There is one way you could get them to look at in official capacity in this administration.
Body snatchers?
No, King Charles invites President Trump to Scotland and takes him round the Glasgow shipyard.
Why are you doing that to your monarch?
Yes, but in the nicest way, can you imagine Trump not having a speech where he says, "This is the type of ship we should be building," when he's next to King Charles? Yes.
And then they will do absolutely nothing.
I know, but it'll be quite fun to do it for it to be done. And also, whereas I had a deep personal respect for Queen Elizabeth and really, really did like her, Charles, I have a more ambivalent personal respect. I still respect the institution, like I'm very pro-monarchy, but I am more ambivalent towards. So, mildly torturing him by making him have to give more tours and do more industrial flag waving for the UK, which I know isn't necessarily his favourite thing to do on these times, is a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
Also, it plays into the very British thing of ever so slightly, completely and utterly rubbing it in their faces that they've had to cancel their programme.
No,
we didn't have to cancel our program. We chose to cancel our program.
Yes.
The other place to invite him to is of course, HMS President.
He'll probably try and claim that the ship is named after him or something.
It is.
It is.
Literally, we captured the USS President.
It's named after his office, which he has so interestingly decorated.
In the building that we burnt down.
Yeah.
With the Canadians. So at least they probably said sorry.
It was a war crime. Have Canadians ever actually said sorry about war crimes?
Oh, I'm sure Gina Maloney might do it with Trump and Leonardo in the shipyard, but she is she's proving to be one of the more capable ministers on the prime ministers and leaders on the international stage in Europe at this current time. She's very quiet about it, but she's proving to be one of the more successful at getting what she wants, which is causing such joyous fun fun for the French. Really, it's causing joyous fun for the French. I'm just enjoying the consternation every time the Italian-Polish link, the Italian-Poles link, and the Polish alliance links up, and it frustrates the Franco-German alliance in the European Union. It's just hilarious. Mainly because it's just funny to watch. They thought they got rid of the British. They got rid of their biggest problems. They haven't.
Is this basically an alliance of we dislike the Germans, and the French would like to be part of that clique, but they just...
But the people dislike the French more?
Yeah, pretty much. And the French need a friend.
Yeah, it's fun. Anyway, given the success of ship classes like the Trouble class destroyer, how come the Border Navy are seemingly reluctant to build larger destroyers? Because the idea is every time you build bigger, it gets more expensive. And especially in the treaty era, there was the problem of the treaty limits and the cumulative limits of destroyer sizes. So the cumulative tonnage limits, so you couldn't get as many destroyers as you need, as many hulls as you needed in the wars to generate enough hulls. Because realistically, we tend to use the 1 from 3, but if we've got 5 hulls, we can usually generate 2. If we've got 10, we can usually generate 5. Okay? And actually, let me put it this way. If you've got 10 hulls, usually we can guarantee 4 at sea, and we can usually guarantee between 2 and 4 that can be on call and can be made ready for sea within ranging from 24 hours to 72 hours. If we've got 10 units. This is why it helps to have more vessels. So basically going, well, we can get 4 really big ships, or we can get 10 small ships. That helps. I know you're not talking about the Treaty General Catsuit, but I'm sort of starting from there and working forward. And as time goes on, yeah, you do need bigger ships. That's one of the reasons why the British have called theirs next generation destroyers 80s rather than 40s. It was because they know they're going to have to be a lot bigger. And the easiest way to make the case that they're going to be bigger was to call them 80s rather than 40s, i.e. put them in the general purpose category. And then people point out they're going to be multi-mission capability. They're going to be bigger. They are going to be of the order of probably 12 to 15,000 tons, fully loaded.
Let's be honest.
But usually what happens with the Royal Navy, before Dan carries on, usually what happens is the Royal Navy presents 6 options to the British government, and they will pick the second smallest option because they think it will be automatically be cheapest, cheap, but not then saying we didn't go for the smallest option. And I keep telling the Royal Navy to shift up the 6 options by about 2,000 tons in the other direction. And they go, but then the biggest one is it's not justifiable. And I go, in a nice way, the people reviewing it and making a decision won't know it's not justifiable. So they won't realise that the largest option is pie in the sky, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you be built because there's not really enough space to it. And then your second smallest is actually therefore has moved up by about 2 spots anyway. So it's instead of it being the second smallest, if they pick it, it's actually what was originally would have been your 4th option.
Never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and constellation you.
Exactly, O'Sullivan. When studying Polaris replacement, it was observed that buying 8 Vanguards would cost only 50% more than building 4, because research and development is now spread over 8 hulls rather than 4, and would guarantee 3 at sea rather than 1. And actually, this is why with the dreadnoughts, I was kept going, we should be building 6, we should be building 8, and we should be just putting inserts in them to roll 4 as SSGNs. Because you can get inserts which will fit into the same tubes as the SLBMs, and you can put TALMs in there, tactical land attack missiles, i.e. Tomahawks. You can put 7 in each slot. And you could go, right then, so we've got 4 which are rolled as SSGNs and 4 which are rolled as SLBM, so we can guarantee at least 1 SSGN and 1 SLBM at sea at any one time. One SSBN and 1 SSGN at sea at any one time. From the same same pool of 8 vessels. And, SSBN A has got issues. Well, SSGN AA is ready to go, we can just take out the inserts and put them in. If necessary, we can swap the crews across if we are really going to insist it's got to be one of the boomer crews on this one. But if you carry the same crew policy for both the SSG and SBNs, you don't really need to worry about that. They can all be sort of certified as boomer crews. And it works out and it's sensible.
But that would be logical.
Yes, this keeps coming back to in a nicer way, the Type 45 discussion on the fact that the next 6 vessels would have... We got 6 for 6 billion. We could have got 12 for 7.8 billion.
Oh, by the way, Space Marine 2 is about half off if anybody wants it.
Fuck so.
Sullivan. Would perusing a green mace a smoothbore dart-firing AA gun for naval use have been a good idea in the missile era? Wouldn't have been a bad idea. Might have produced something useful, might not have, but it's, worthwhile looking at.
If you can make it rapid, high cyclic auto loading, yeah, sure.
AC-75. Actually, that's the interesting thing. The RN are having less of a recruitment issue than any other part of the Navy, any other part of the armed forces, and especially compared to the RFA. The main thing the RN is having as an issue is retention of staff, because they're not seeing the senior positions for them to go to. So actually having the greater number of ships would be useful. But as I've said before, what you would really need is, what you could do is have those 6 vessels in ordinary, and in which case that could help you even more, because you need a colonel crew for each of the 6 of the ordinary ships, and then you expand on reservists to actually to a full wartime crew. And I've talked about this in more elaborate things in other videos. And realistically, the reason why that's more helpful is because for a colonel crew, you're going to need more senior positions. With time, but they're going to be in a ship thing, so it's going to credit as basically seagoing duty, but they are going to be basically based in port, so it's going to be better for their family life. So you'd basically go, right then, you just had a kid, haven't you, mate? Yeah, deputy chief engineer, senior petty officer engineering. You just had some twins, you and a wife, haven't you? Or yeah. So, do you mind going to Squadron 2, the squadron in ordinary, and serving on HMS so-and-so for a few months? Not at all. Because they get 9 months, maybe even longer, or maybe a couple of years, where they would be basically 9 till 5, Monday to Friday.
Or you'll get the response of, dear God, no, which part of I've got twins at home do you
not understand?
Not understand.
I want to go on a worldwide voyage now.
I want to be on one. In fact, I'm transferring. I want to be on an SSBN. I will be totally uncontactable.
Meanwhile, whichever part of the relationship is stuck raising the kids is going to be like, you may think you are escaping, but when you come back... Oh, will there be a ripple?
Well, no. The thing is, the conversation I had was with a couple of with one family. I was talking about this because they're both former Royal Navy. They both left because they have kids, and we were talking. I was talking this through and talking about how the system was, and it was quite funny because when they were in, her granddad had been Royal Navy in the 1930s. And when he'd had twins, that had been exactly what the Royal Navy had done with him. The Royal Navy went, you've had twins. Yes, sir. There was, of course, no maternity leave at the time or anything like that, but they went, we've got this destroyer unit, which is the reserve destroyers at Chatham. Would you mind going out helping there with them for a year or two in your career posting? Not at all, sir. Went there, served there for a couple of years, looking after reserve destroyer flotilla, while his kids were in their first couple of years growing up. And it really helped him out. Because he was otherwise considering he might have to leave the Navy, because he was putting so much pressure on his wife. And then you've got the modern couple, And they're sitting there going, no, we have 4 kids and there was virtually no option for us to do that. And you sit there and go, well, hang on, for the air engineers, they can go get based at, or the air crew, they can go get based at one of the land stations for a few years. They can go, work out at Cold Rose or in Helston, or they can go work out of Yeovilton and do things there. There's nothing like that really for the ship's crews. And that was why the ordinary ships were quite useful.
That, and it also gives the reservists something to go and play on. So suddenly the reserves are much more interesting.
Well, these aren't really post-Empire dreams. These are sensible for Britain's actual needs, because Britain has a whole lot of trade commitments around the world and a whole lot of Commonwealth commitments around the world, and we have to be there. We tend to have to be there for them. In the nicest way, if our government had completely abandoned them, then yeah, they're not necessary. But because the government keeps going on to those things whenever there's a problem and will turn up and try and support them, you do actually need to slacken the force. And that's the reality of it.
You mean the ships can't spend all their time at sea?
No, they have to go and have maintenance at certain points.
Are you telling me that your cutting-edge destroyers do not have 100% uptime?
No, nothing does.
Are you telling me that you've been spending the British public's money on destroyers which cannot have 100% uptime?
If you can produce a technology which can be 100% uptime in salt water for a 40-year lifespan, I would be very interested in seeing that technology. LEV, with Prince of Wales...
If you spent your budget reasonably.
No. LEV, with the Prince of Wales reaching full operating capacity, that got me wondering. Full operating capacity, not really sure about that one, but we'll go for that. What is the difference between achieving initial operating capacity and full operational capacity outside of certifications? If a fight suddenly broke out, would there be an actual difference? IOC and FOC to me are a set of different goalposts. One means that we can pretty much operate everything, but we're not really used to it, so we're not really sure what the problems are. Full operating capacity is more about crewing and personnel and going, okay, we can now operate the systems and we found most of the bugs and we understand the things which are features, not bugs. And we can work with them. So that's the differential.
So obviously your ship is not built by Bethesda where all bugs are features.
No. Stafford, how soon after the battleships make a comeback do submarines start avoiding areas where they are, and how quickly does the I have a big gun come to ship again? Look, in a nice way, the submarines now these days mostly travel deeper, so they are less likely to be squashed by a battleship. And it is kind of a fun thing when you point out to submarine commanders that fact, but then they go, oh no, our subs are much better than the other ones. You go, yes, they are. I do agree. I don't disagree. It's just, it's fun to tweak your tail, sort of thing. But yeah, so I don't think battleships are going to be brought back as ASW ships, and I don't think submarines are going to be avoiding those areas. I think it's always going to be a sort of a battle of a fight. But yeah, if battleships come in and it becomes a I have a bigger gun competition again, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, because in many ways, whilst missiles are great for stat sheet chatting, guns are visible representations. And we all know how visual politicians are. Yeah, basically, LEV, when it comes to IOC and FOC, there is a lot of stuff done to obscure it, about what it means and what it is and this and this and this. And they're talking about, now we can do this. No. Basically, IOC means we can use it, but we don't really understand what we're using. FOC means we now understand what we're using. And that's why they're separated like they are. And that's why IOC tends to be when they've come in and been handed over from the shipyards and people who built them to the builders to the Navy. And FOC is something which happens in Navy time, and that's usually by the time you've had a couple of crew cycles go through it. and you've had enough people look over the systems to go, yeah, this makes sense, or no, this really doesn't make sense. And also, you'd be amazed at how much of the manual gets rewritten between IOC and FOC.
I'm not entirely sure where it pops into it, but Fox was saying humans are sight predators after all.
Yeah. NK332. When will Martok discover the name of the Federation ship that defeated the Rothran before he took over was called Samuel B. Roberts?
Probably he wouldn't, unless he actively went to look into that.
You never know.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one because, like,
Or
he might have already known it.
Yeah, you know, Martok strikes me as the type who's going to look up the people he's fought, because, you know, he likes to make sure the songs about his victories and his heroic deeds are accurately remembered.
Yeah, but
he doesn't strike me as one for paperwork, but does strike me as the sort of person who's going to look these sort of things up for status, for, you know, accuracy of my songs and deeds.
Yeah, there's paperwork and then there's self-guided research. Two completely different things.
Yes. Gypsy Danger, at what point in the development did Forestals gain an angled flight deck? Pretty much from the get-go. There were some early discussions about the Forestals with their flight deck, but they're coming in and their design is taking place about the time that the angled flight decks are really being implemented by lots of people. And coming in, and it's basically coming in from the get-go. But again, there's a reason why modern flight decks, when you start to look at them, have actually gone away from the angled, or rather have filled in the gaps on the angled flight deck, and have now gone back to being basically a big square deck, or squared off deck, with an angled runway across the flight deck at an angle. Thank you, Steve. We are getting through quite quickly this evening. I think it's because we're missing something.
Are you blaming Fox for us taking forever?
No. I think it's because we're missing the witty repartee of her reminding you exactly how old you are, Runon.
I'm sure that could be provided if needed, but there's probably some...
Oh, great Fox translator. Please translate.
It sounded like... I'll double... she can send it to me to make sure I get it, but it sounded like almost as old as Runon herself. I don't know if the exact first bit was right, but there's definitely as old as Runon herself was there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that joke is almost as old as Runon is herself.
Yeah. Seneca, we've answered that, some of the weirdest naval traditions. Weirdest ones I've ever come across. Personally, there's been a fair number of weird ones I've taken part in myself. I know, Raleigh, you don't want to talk about all of them because some of them disturb you, don't they? I know.
There are some things a dog shouldn't be forced to see.
Or hear about.
Or smell.
That was a particularly interesting one.
You know how sensitive my nose is.
Yeah, the curry-filled chocolate profiteroles was a especially interesting experience.
You should try smelling it.
Burns on the way in, burns on the way out.
Kingdom of Vinland. Do you think a modified Zumwalt class would be a good replacement of Flight Free Berk if Zumwalt production was restarted? Yes, but seeing as the government has actually paid money to dismantle the jigs which were used to build the Zumwalts, they don't have to pay money to rebuild them. You might as well go with a whole new design, because frankly, you've already done the work. In a nice way, they actually paid money to stop themselves being able to build more Zumwalts. So, yeah, they're just... Don't get me started on... I have no idea. Okay,
Well,
in nicest way, there are certain parts of modern procurement, it doesn't matter which country we're talking about, I just look at it and go, why the frig are you doing this?
okay, well, I can't do my favorite thing of blaming the Trump administration for that one. I can say it would be right in line for the Trump administration to pay a bunch of money to reactivate a program that it wished for the downfall of.
To be honest, that was the Obama administration which actually did that to Zumwalt, I think. I think it was the Obama administration.
No, that could have been Trump 1.
No, it wasn't Trump 1 with the Zumwalt. I think it was Obama.
They were still building Zumwalts in 20.
Yeah, but they were paying for the they ended the program or made a decision to pay for the jigs to be broken, and Trump didn't stop it. I think that's the thing. So decisions were made by Obama too, I think.
But the whole issue with it, we can blame on Rumsfeld, right?
Yes, we can blame Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld hung them up like they were a massive Christmas tree for his particular delectation, and that's what made them so. How to put this? Easy to attack because so many technologies were hung on them which didn't need to be hung on them.
Fox said the program was basically ended in 12.
Yeah.
Also, another one for you, Runon. You're so old, apparently you will remember English when it was a gendered language.
I hated it.
I think everyone does.
Didn't even know I was trans at that time. Still had all the latent dysphoria, and English was flipping gendered.
Oh yeah, male and female words. How annoying for you.
It's I was asked. Oh yeah, that's an explosive. I was asking my English teachers when we were field testing the language. Why do I need to know the gender of the table?
They were teachers.
It's not like
I thought they were just philosophers. I thought it was just you learnt from Chaucer themselves. LEV. We are seeing planes continue to increase in size of 6th gen as do carriers. Will we see light carriers disappear and nations be forced to go up to traditional carrier capabilities in favour of drone carriers? That's presuming that drones are going to stay any lighter. And the thing about naval drones is I've had this conversation with people, with quite a few people, is once you start adding in the functions of range you need for a naval aircraft to work, for an aircraft to work from the sea, and then all the stuff for salt water production. And can you stop trying to break my headphones? Hello. And all the other things. It starts to grow up in quite massively, and that's a problem. And then you sort of go, well, if it's already taking up this much space, it needs to be able to do this, this, and this. It can't just be a single mission system, which makes it get even bigger. Let us witness the fact the next generation drone, which is supposed to provide airborne early warning for the Royal Navy, is going to also provide long-range maritime patrol and ASW, and so therefore it's got to have functions and different pods which can be attached on for different roles, and it's probably also going to be detailed in as a tanking aircraft and all sorts of things. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Basically, the trouble is drones themselves are turning into Christmas trees. So they're going to grow in size as well. So I don't know how long they're going to stay small for. So, yeah, it's going to be fun.
I wouldn't say drones are turning into Christmas trees so much as...
No, drone programs are turning into Christmas trees, where the drones are supposed to be able to do everything.
Yeah, but the drones... The problem is people have realised drones can do almost anything, but they miss the fact that the more things you add as capabilities or options... The squishy bit that needs piped oxygen doesn't actually increase in scale.
Yeah. You're gonna. There was a discussion I was having the other day with someone, which was when they were speccing for a drone for one of the programs recently. It was required to do so much that it would actually save weight to make it crude.
Yeah, because the human can.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, within certain limits, human beings really don't care what the electromagnetic environment they're working in is. Drones do. Mm-hmm. You can't remotely hack a human. You can't jam a human. You can't EMP a human and delete their memories?
I can remotely hack a human.
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can't do it while the human from zero while the human is mid-flight.
You can.
No, I need to strap them down so I can do ECT on them. Plus, to be fair, it is kinda in the current era to do it under a general anesthetic.
You can spoof the sensors in the nicest way. That's the way you remotely hack a human. That's the same way you remotely hack a computer. You spoof the sensors. The thing is, a human is actually more likely to pick up on itself being remotely hacked and it's being spoofed than a computer is. This is what we found, because computers do work by pattern recognition. And humans work similarly, but humans are slightly better at picking up where patterns become too similar. A human will go, hang on, that's been too consistent. Computers don't really pick up on when things are too consistent. That's been an issue so far in some of the drones and operations. If that makes sense, I'll leave this to the chat and to the group. Does that make sense, or do I need to explain more?
That's an evolutionary thing. We are designed to spot the potential tiger in the jungle, because it is far better to have startled 57 times for nothing than it is to have been eaten by a tiger once. Whereas computers don't have that in their background.
Also, computers generally, it's much harder to get a computer to the state where it doesn't implicitly trust its data, but trusts it enough to do its job, versus a human.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Bumble said explain more, but basically, as they've already said, but a computer you can train to do pattern recognition and to look for problems, and it does. But it's found that a computer will always apply logic. A human will apply something called a fuzzy feeling, and just go, something doesn't feel right. I'm not sure what doesn't feel right, but something doesn't feel right. And especially people who've been doing things for a long time, they will start to trust their fuzzy feelings. Whereas a computer will always apply the logic. So the computer will always go, it looks fine, it's therefore fine. Whereas a human will go, it looks fine, but it's looked fine for the last few minutes in exactly the same way, and I don't trust that.
Octo says, all computers are wired the same, whereas every human is wired differently. The difference is slight, but that's where the gut instinct does come from.
Okay. Yeah. And so, yeah, basically, navies, everyone's doomed for things to keep getting bigger. There's going to be look, if you've got single function or very simplistic function drones, they're going to be quite small. But the moment you want something to do more, you want it to have more capability, more distance. It's like we were discussing recently those little patrol drones that infantry can use, and especially nano drones. And there was a suggestion going, oh, why can't you put those on ships? And so they can go up how far from the crew? Usually it's 500 meters to 1,000 meters. Yeah, for a ship, that's
not very useful.
That's even within close protection range for the ship.
That's practically on board the ship from these purposes.
Yes. And that's the problem. It's the scale of what you're looking for. Some of the ships we're talking about are nearly 300 meters long alone. So, yeah, that's a problem when you're dealing with it. When you're going, okay, this goes out 1,000 meters from me. Yeah, that's 3 ships lengths. That's not really a long distance.
Yeah, it better how to put it. It doesn't give you what you are looking for, but that's because people don't. It's in the same way that it's a trope. Sci-fi writers don't understand scale. I think we, as civilians, don't understand the kind of the. It's the empty battlefield thing. Only it's with the ocean. This is why convoys seemed counterintuitive to people in World War I and World War II, to the public in a sense, because they're like, but you've got all the ships together, so it'll be worse when they're found. It's like, no, at this scale, the convoy is no more likely to be spotted than an individual ship is, but I can provide an escort for the convoy, whereas I can't for...
And also, it's going to sound strange, but a convoy is also they're grouped together in one part of the ocean, and they're relatively close together, whereas the others are more spread out.
Yeah.
So it's actually, they actually cover a wider area of the ocean and are therefore more likely to be found.
Yeah. It seems it's one of those things where you just have to think it through a bit further rather than the kind of your first impression, because we operate on a human scale and this isn't a human scale. Is kind of my normal way of trying to describe this type of phenomenon. You get the same thing with, the kind of phrasing where people say, "Oh, a millimeter or two to the left or right, and it would have, a knife would have hit X, Y, or Z."
Yeah.
No, that's normally occurs with weapons which happen at what I think of as biological speed, and it's called the pressure wave of the thing going in pushes it out the way.
Mm-hmm.
If I put a high velocity bullet through you, things do not have or if you crash a car at high speed into a wall, into a solid wall or a tree, your body doesn't have time to do its little to do those things, and you just get smushed.
It's like 50 BMG. 50 BMG creates a temporary wound cavity larger than the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also discussions going on about the drones things. People going. There's the sensor range of the drone is an order of magnitude less than that of the ship's own sensors can see, if not two. Yeah, and there's also people not understanding the scale of the ships we're talking about. Yeah, this is the thing. I had a really fun experience a few years ago. This was actually before COVID. I took some MPs. They were brand new MPs around Portsmouth. I was actually involved in doing that. I was helping out with that sort of thing. And I was asked to do it by a friend of mine who was a researcher. And they'd said, look, we've got a couple of MPs who've never really come close to a Navy ship, and they don't understand what we're talking about, and there's debates coming up, and so can you take them? Okay. Can you give them a digital around the historic dockyard and, show them some of the history side, but also show them some of the Navy side from looking into it? Basically, I don't think anyone wanted them to have their first experience of going to a Navy ship or going aboard a Navy ship being without having had some prep in a place where they weren't going to not make headlines. And they were really shocked at the size of even HMS Victory, because they thought she was going to be they thought she was massive compared to what they thought she was. They were basically, what they seemed to be expecting was that she was going to be the size of a medieval barn, not the size she was.
They've been to the Golden Hind.
Yeah.
But they've not been on HMS Belfast.
Yeah. I went, hadn't you guys looked at Belfast? They went, yeah, but she was a battleship, wasn't she? No. She's a light cruiser. She's a babby. And they're looking at me going, what do you mean, babby? I mean, she's a babby. She's a light cruiser. And they just started looking at me going, we thought she was a battleship, that's why she was preserved. No.
No, she got blown up and so missed about half the war, so she was the least worn out.
Yeah, so she survived long enough.
Yeah.
Steve, from Jacob W, who's having issues, any news regarding scanned E-Trip coins?
Oh, I haven't heard it.
Without me, we'll have to have a conversation with our colleagues, because that is neither of our sections, but we will have a conversation with a colleague again.
I have not received it on East Coast United States, so you are not alone.
Okay.
On the plus side, Drac does seem to be going out there fairly frequently, and I believe he is often expecting to come back with lots and lots of weight of stuff. So he can always go out with lots and lots of weight.
I think that's what he actually is slowly doing. He's taking the things out of him and posting them out there rather than posting across the UK from the UK to save. I think that's his plan, because he's, sorting it out that. But I'm never quite sure. Yeah,
I've lost track. Terribly sorry, everyone. That's. Did we actually get the Australia coins out?
I think we have got the Australia coins all been out. Yeah, I think they've all gone out.
I'm looking at my silver Australia coin. It's very silver and very Australia and kind of coin shaped.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I've never actually got any of these. I don't even have one of Drac's coins.
I'm sure you have one of Drac's coins, because I think I've seen him give it to you.
Nope, I do not.
No, I did.
Sounds like
it was on the deck of HMS Warrior in Portsmouth. He gave you one.
No.
He did. I'm sure he did.
I've not got one.
But clearly this is a ploy by Dan to get more.
I remember he gave you one at the same time. It was when we had Glyn and Glyn, his wife, and Sam and her husband were there, and everyone was there because we got to Portsmouth. We were doing some filming on HMS Warrior, and we all got together. And
no.
Okay, I will. I'm supposed to be chatting with him this week anyway because I'm organising all sorts of things. But yeah.
Yeah, if you can drop hints that he does still owe me $1,000 for books as well.
Yeah, I will do, but...
Yeah.
Seriously, I would love to say this was unusual within our group owing so much money for books, but it's not. It's not.
But also, I hope this gives a slight idea to people when it's like, we're not very good at organising stuff. It's not just the rewards. We're not the best at.
No, I would like to say, in a nice way, the sections which are organised by me are usually organised, but I have to then start organising everyone else's sections.
So what I'm hearing is that the Falklands will be a cheaper trip because there'll likely be less books to buy.
The Falklands will be a cheaper trip because it's pretty much all being organised through me at this point.
and there's a good chance our flights will be with Crab Air.
Yes.
Okay, so I will reiterate. Let me know when you have dates lined up.
Yeah.
I don't intend to distribute those dates, but I want to know so I can plan around it because it's going to take me 2 days to get down there.
That's going to be fun.
Only 2 days. We're having to budget.
We had to budget 3 to 4 days each side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Crab Air.
Yeah.
Sorry, too many of my friends are
RAF. Yeah.
No, not RAF. Being reliant on the RAF to get them to places, or more importantly, sometimes to get them back from places.
Oh
yeah. Yeah. There have been some lovely people I've worked with who are RAF. But yeah. Also, I haven't worked in the right areas to be encountering RAF types so much. Because I was at Grimly Dark was the main place.
I don't think we do get a stop off by Ascension, AC-75. I don't think we get a stop off at Ascension anymore, because if we did, I think Drac would be even more excited.
I would love to go to Ascension.
Coca-Cola is being sued for pirating Johnny Cash's voice.
Okay.
That's not a headline I expected to read.
I know more of a place for being sued because of that, but...
Yeah, okay. Stafford, how soon until we have automated repair bots aboard ship to cut down on crew and cost increase efficiency? Do you know what the most interesting and difficult thing for them to do? Try and replace repair techs with robots and engineers with robots.
Okay, Stafford.
Because
think of all of the environmentally induced autoimmune conditions a human being can have. And we've been working on getting the human body to not kill itself for the better part of 150 years. Now you want to hand that over to an automated system on a ship that is actively taking fire.
Mm-hmm.
I rest my case, unless Doc wants to join in. Medical.
Walter Brothers, don't take this the wrong way, but you're on a Naval History channel saying there's no reason to keep old warships around. I'm not saying I'm not saying that you are rage baiting, but you are coming close on the channel you're on. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not exactly going to be the channel where it's not going to go. We'd like to preserve history. We'd like to preserve ships for their historical value and heritage value. Is it? I mean, there are audiences you could be. There are accountants somewhere in the world who you could be more successful making this case towards. But on the Naval History Channel, this is not going to be your audience for that argument.
Yeah. What is the opposite of preaching to the choir?
Preaching to the, I don't know, firing squad?
I guess.
The biker gang?
I'm watching Walter, and I can understand the argument he's making. I'm just going, this is not the place that making that argument is going to be successful, my friend. Yeah, the robots. It's one of the more interesting things. The example I give is look at how many people keep trying to make automated shops work and failing.
So actually, the automated shops is a great example because it's some of the stuff which goes wrong with them is people related.
Yeah,
because people nicking stuff.
No,
or not putting stuff.
It's because people don't put the stuff back, and it's not even nicking stuff, it's because people don't put the stuff back correctly, so it doesn't get judged correctly. Because when people take something off the shelf, look at it, and then decide do they want to buy it or not, they then put it back.
It's just so exciting, these things. But I think the problem is that the view would be that, it's going to sound stupid, true person can be capable of fixing all kinds of things because we are fundamentally tool users. But the chances of you making a robot that can do the same thing is pretty small because the things about the personnel, things like they are not dependent on the same power supply as the ship. So if the power supply is what's damaged, the person can still fix it.
Mm-hmm.
The chances that your robot is going to have enough battery power to do anything, given the size of batteries and how much they weigh, is not good.
And also, there's the fact that the spaces on ships are designed for humans to get round, not robots to get round. So we have to completely redesign the architecture on the ship.
Yeah, and what
you'd have to build a robot which is capable of maneuvering in human-compatible spaces, and also have a self-contained power source, also have a full onboard sensor and sensor ingestion suite to be able to identify where it is, what the site should look like versus what it does look like. And then presumably, because you want it to be quick and easy, it's either going to be a monotask bot, which means you're going to need 1 billion of them to handle all the different tasks associated with damage control, or it's going to be a fantastically complicated multi-purpose bot, which is going to have to contain all of the tools and consumables it needs to perform any one of its given tasks.
Which is going to be fun. I think what you're more likely to see, and this is what I keep trying to preach and trying to suggest, is you're more likely to see exoskeletons for engineers, etc., come into service. I am really surprised at the lack of development going on in exoskeletons for armed forces at this current time. In that, I would expect to have seen multiple programs pushing along, because realistically, when I was in Japan, it was the place I've seen the most work and most practical use going on of exoskeletons to assist. And mostly to me, more of what I saw out there was in the medical field. I met a couple of people who I know who are medics in Japan while I was in Japan, and a couple of people who, as I said, I made friends with on my late night wanders. As Dan will attest, when we go traveling, I go late night wandering, and I meet all sorts of interesting people. And one of the nurses I met over there uses an exoskeleton as part of her work in a hospital, and she's using it to assist her with the lifting of the patients and the moving of the things. And you sit there and go, that's a really cool idea. Why aren't we using that for some of the things we're doing? Can you imagine damage control if you've got an exoskeleton?
It's because in hospital you can have an external power supply.
Stafford, with regards.
Oh, you can charge them. I think their system's more where they step into them they charge. They have a charging bank and they can go and put them on quickly to use them, etc. But they can use them to maneuver people around. And it's sort of a case of that's the reason. But you're at that level already. You can to go one step further, especially for ships.
So if you're using it in a healthcare setting, then it's going to be fairly. It's not the same as being saltwater proof.
No.
But actually, given the stuff we have to use to clean and disinfect equipment, it's pretty nasty. So it will need to be sealed against that kind of stuff so you can actually clean it.
Yeah. Also, one of the ones I looked up is definitely vampire proof because it's made of it's made almost entirely of silver. Its coat is completely silver coated.
Yeah, that's because basically nothing can live on silver, microbiome wise. Silver, copper, gold. That's why people think that they're allowed to wear wedding rings as staff because it would be terrible not to. Actually, the real reason is because they're almost always gold, and gold is basically stuff can't live on it at all. And actually, you did better when you had all the fancy brass work in hospitals on all the door handles and things because they're automatically antiseptic.
Yeah.
Stafford, with regards to the Optimus platform from Tesla, I'm not going to say that those tests have been 100% puppeteered. But I am going to say that they have been very, very tightly scripted.
Those tests are beautiful examples of we set a very specific exercise, it can do the specific exercise. They are the first baby crawlings on the way to that, not baby steps, and not even the first morning of that development.
The systems from Boston Dynamics and I want to say Honda.
Mm-hmm.
For some bizarre reason, Honda's one of the industry pointy end of the spears leaders on this technology.
Yeah,
those tests seem to be far more open for error versus the Optimus tests.
Because as Fox was saying, the human brain's effectively a stupidly dense computer and processor, which take up vastly less power and space to do the same level of lateral thinking that machines tend.
I think potentially one of the reasons Honda's investing so much in it is it's one of the partnerships they have with Mitsubishi and Nissan. And basically the three have combined over...
We need one Asian Uber company theory. No,
literally, in 2025, they stopped an agreement to actually form one big super company between the three of them. But they do have many joint agreements on which areas they research and development, which ones they take the lead in, and how they work it out. So yeah. The
more I hear about the non-Chinese area known as Asia, the more I'm just convinced it's 6 countries in a couple of different trench coats pretending to be different governments.
It's about 3 companies and a couple of different trench coats pretending to be different governments.
Well, you got Honda, Hyundai, Mitsubishi Heavy Engineering, and Samsung.
And Nissan. Don't forget Nissan.
And Nissan. So we're at 5 right now.
And there's the people who do the chips, microchips.
That would be TSMC.
Yes.
Because we already said Samsung. They're the other major chip fab in the area.
Yes.
You've also got Komatsu. If they're not a subsidiary for somebody. Yes, Timu, I'm saying Asia.
Yes.
Korea is indisputably a part of Asia. Meanwhile, you go over to the Anglosphere, you've got Siemens, General Electric, Schneider,
Philips,
Bosch,
Rolls-Royce.
Yep, Rolls-Royce.
Who are surprisingly large.
And diverse. General Dynamics, Boeing, Lockheed Martin.
BAE.
But those are far more biased towards defense contracting.
And you have to remember, Rolls-Royce Holdings is a very interesting group considering all the stuff they own.
Dassault winds up in the weirdest places.
Mm-hmm. It's when you realize that Rolls-Royce Holdings has an annual revenue of nearly 19 billion.
Pratt & Whitney's actually weirdly boring. They just make spinny things that turn things.
Yeah.
Turbines, steam turbines, gas turbines, reciprocating engines.
Rolls-Royce Holding Company has Rolls-Royce Control and Data Services, Rolls-Royce Deutschland, Rolls-Royce North America, Rolls-Royce India, Rolls-Royce Power Systems, Rolls-Royce SMR, Rolls-Royce Submarines, Vintus Engineering, Rolls-Royce Turbo Mecha, for which they own 50%, MTU Turbo Mecha Rolls-Royce, which they own 33%, and other sundry businesses and investments. That's the fun thing. Sundries and investments. Right. Moff Clarke, you are allowed to rearrange the hangar. You're only allowed to rearrange the hangar, vehicle, and cargo bay on your ISD. Honestly, I am looking at my ground troop force and going, do I need to have you all, or can I make my hangar bigger so I can carry more decent starfighters? Because if I have one ISD and that's all, and I am after the Battle of Yavin, I probably want to be able to push out my own fighter presence a little bit further. I probably want to have TIE defenders or something better than the basic TIE as my fighter force, and so I need more space and fighters.
Timu, when it comes to gas turbines, you either buy Rolls-Royce or you buy GE, generally speaking. Pratt & Whitney does still make gas turbines, but they are very much a second banana to Rolls-Royce and GE. And broadly speaking, if it's an American-built platform, it will have a GE turbine. If it's a foreign-built platform or a European-built platform, it more often than not has Royce.
Yeah,
and Pratt & Whitney grabs some here and some there.
GE has split itself up into a holding company which has been succeeded by GE Aerospace, GE Healthcare, and GE Vernova. But I think it's still a conglomerate holding company. It's split itself up, and yeah, this is the trouble. Warner Bros. Isn't a single. Warner Bros. You're right that GE isn't a single entity anymore, but they are still a single entity in a weird way.
And they also tend to use the same branding on their gear, and come from stock. And yes, they are technically different companies, but they also have a lot of cross communication.
They do have a lot of fun, and
I would argue on a lot of those companies, like BAE and General Dynamics are good examples. They are technically different companies. That's more for tax and liability purposes than it is for any sort of organizational purpose.
And they are, how do I put this politely? They still share a website.
Yeah.
Which is regularly updated. In fact, it was most recently updated as of December 2025.
Which we all know is that when companies share a website, it's tantamount to a couple sharing a set of dresser drawers. Mark Harkness, I don't need to imply that GE did a Standard Oil. GE did a Standard Oil.
Yes.
Yes, Joel Fredericks. We have beat that horse.
That is what they did. They did a stand. They did a Stand Oil. They literally did. We have. Yes, Joel Fredericks. We've talked about the Constellation class a lot, and I think I've now lost a poodle. Yeah. I think my poodle's been abducted. What do you think of the King of Finland? What do you think of the Leander class destroyer sloop from Sojourn? It's one of my favourites from a setting. Okay, let me look it up. Sojourn.
Oh, wait, Sojourn was that?
Yes. Leander class.
Is it still an abduction if the abductee wants to go? Knowingly and willingly wants to go?
He's a poodle. He will go anywhere for food, so therefore it is still an abduction.
Sojourn's a relatively weird science fiction where I'm not a fan of it. I'm mostly going to keep quiet on this one.
Does it have thrusters both front and back on those engine wings?
As I recall, it's meant to be a semi-hard science fiction, but they also use the one thing that a lot of people don't like is they use the rating system because if I remember correctly, and I've not probably listened to it, so don't quote me on this, but their universe never developed the idea of stuff like light cruisers, heavy cruiser, armored cruiser, etc., or like ironclad. So you stick with first rate, second rate, third rate, frigates, sloops, etc.
Okay.
Which is interesting.
All right. It looks interesting. It looks a bit small for a spaceship of what they're requiring of doing it. There are warships. There are lots of warships I can think of which are a lot bigger, which carry less weapons than this, and don't have to operate in the joy of space with all the requirements of that. But yeah, because you've got 10-inch guns, 4 single-barrel 10-inch guns, but it's only 143 meters long. And OBS for some reason did a disconnect and reconnect then. So I hope everything's okay. I do apologize. I don't know why OBS did a disconnect and reconnect then.
Yeah, it did something.
Yeah, I hope it's okay. I do apologize. I'm not sure why it did a disconnect reconnect. It didn't lose anything, but apparently it did disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, you're back up on Twitch, and you look like you're still going strong on the YouTubes. Yeah, you're still going strong on the YouTubes.
Okay. Yeah, OBS had a moment. Sorry about that.
On the YouTubes.
But yes. The Leander class are...
Ow!
Let's put it this way. They need to be a lot... If they're going to be mounting 10-inch guns, even core guns, a core gun is going to be a 10-inch 60. So you think about that, that's going to be 60 inches long. If that's 60 inches, that's going to be 600 inches long. So divide 600 by... No, that's 50 feet. You're
it's
only
50 foot long.
A 50-foot long gun. You are, in a nicest way. Okay, maybe you've got a 10-inch, maybe it's a 45, so maybe it's 450 or 450 inches, which is, let's be honest, that's going to save you. That's not much of a shaving of that. That's still going to be a fairly long distance. It's going to roughly 36 foot, some range around 36 foot long. Yeah, you're still going to want more space than 143 meters. Basically, it's got the whole classic scale issue of they really needed to be about 250 meters long, and then that might start working. And then, of course, you've got to have the space for ammunition as well, because you've got 4 single coil guns with that, and you've got 6 more. You've got 4 more retractable 10-inch ones as well. Bow chaser and stern chaser guns. So you've got 8 10-inch guns on there. Oh, good lord! And then it's 10-inch as well, and 8 6.3-inch twin rapid action swivel gun emplacements, and 4 quick recycling torpedo pods. Yeah, you need a lot more space than they've got. 143 meters long, 36.2 meters wide, its widest, and 24.1 meters in depth, and carrying 33 crew and 15 Marines. Yeah, no, you need a lot more space than you've got on that ship. A lot more space.
Why do you have a 2-to-1 ratio of crew to Marines? That's a very heavy Marine complement.
I presume so they can carry out boarding actions as well as
yeah,
defend
as I
the
recall, because it is very much sort of Age of Sail in space, as I recall.
Yeah.
That's still a lot of Marines.
That it is. And because it's meant to be anti-fast attack, judging by the question, if it's anti-fast attack, then you're not boarding, you're sinking.
I would rather just have this may be heresy for that setting, but I'd almost rather just have a single fire team of Marines, and then a lot of that crew cross-trained into naval armsmen.
Yeah, the nice way, considering what they're carrying in terms of guns and engines, they don't have enough naval crew in the first place.
Yeah, but it's kind of the thing of, why am I for a ship of the size character?
If you're building something that's supposed to be traveling through space for maybe a year, right? And you need to maintain 4 shifts on duty at any one time, you're going to want at least 3 people in the bridge, and at least 3 people in engineering, because it's got to be someone carrying navigation, someone navigation sensors, someone covering the helm, someone covering weapons, right? Engineering, you're going to want to have at least 3 people on. So you're talking about 6 for that, at least on duty at any one point, and that gives you no officer of the deck. That gives you no one manning the medical bay, which you probably need someone on for. So basically, you end up with about 8 people for that role. So you end up with 3 batches of them. Well, you're gonna run your crew down to pieces if you're running at 3 shifts and you've got 8 in each. So you basically end up going, okay, actually what I need is about 4 shifts. So that's 32 people. Then I've got a captain. So that's my 33 crew. And that's to give me no executive officer, no senior medical officer, no senior engineer.
Are they running a...
Even with AI, I'm going to want more people than that, because AI usually gives you more information, not less, to deal with.
I'm just trying to work out, is this supposed to be something like a U-boat?
No.
No, it's supposed to be a destroyer.
It's a destroyer equivalent.
Because that kind of crew is about what you'd have on a smaller sized World War II submarine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but a smaller size World War II submarine does not have a third of its mouths devoted to dragging knuckles, eating crayons, and bashing heads. All due respect to any current or former Marines, which are in the chat.
If you're carrying 15 Marines, I would expect your crew size to be at least 45. At least 45, because that would make more sense.
I mean, the typical Marine complement was more like an 1/8 to a 10th of your crew.
Yeah.
I mean, it was actually. It was often done by how many guns you had. So basically, if you were a 40-gun ship, congratulations, you get 40 Marines. If you're a 20-gun ship, congratulations, you get 20 Marines. If you're a 110-gun ship, guess how many Marines you've got?
90 if you're lucky.
Well, establishment.
Theoretical establishment 110, but usually quite a lot of naval officers pull double duty as both naval officers and Marines on your ship to draw the extra pay. So yeah, you'll have 90 if you're lucky.
And I would also point out too that, like, if you just told me, yeah, this is a tier 1 but still light tier 1 combatant that has a full third of its crew as Marine riflemen, Marine infantry, not Marine gunners, Marine infantry, I'm going to be like, why do you have such bad discipline issues on your warships? Why are you so paranoid about the risk of mutiny on your warships? What?
Yeah, it's basically they're under the vessel's too small. B, it's undercrewed for what they're looking to do. And if they are, look, I can understand if I was going through space and all the things that could happen in a space tunnel, I might want to hit a slightly heavier Marine complement because honestly, the number of fatalities they're probably going to take. So to extent, I'm carrying extra because I'm expecting to lose them.
Apparently 8 10-inch and 8 twin 6.3-inch.
Yeah.
Just an answer to your question. So, unless maybe the Marines are actually acting as your gunnery crew?
Yeah, if that's the case, then that number of Marines starts to make a lot more sense. But then I'm also asking, why are you tying up Marines to operate naval guns?
That's
because
like,
your Marines...
again, there was a reason in the age of once you got a steam engine, you got less and less Marines aboard ships, and didn't usually get them on destroyers because why would you carry Marines aboard a destroyer to man its guns? The Marines went aboard the larger ships, cruising above, and maybe they crewed a gun from them, but that's about it.
I know. Yeah, and usually the gun they crewed was going to be the prime gun for naval gunfire support. You go ahead, Dragon.
I know, as the basically resident Star Trek nerd here, I don't have much to stand on here, but for the size of this vessel, even 48 crew, if you were counting the Marines, that's not a lot of crew for a vessel of this scale.
No, it's teeny though.
It's simultaneously not enough and too much.
Because, as I said, as someone who's from Star Trek, I often get told, "Oh, Star Trek's crews make no sense but technological progress, you can say, cuts down crew." But considering the type of tech that these people have, only 48 crews, not a lot.
But equally, the example I usually give you is the Intrepids, which have 150 crew, which makes roughly sense considering you're talking about this being a long-range frigate. And you start thinking about what you need to do and what you need, all the things you need to do, etc., and the amount of personnel you need to carry. And once you're carrying a certain number of personnel, you need to have a ship's cook because you need to be able to cater for the people and looking after them. You need to have a medical team. You need to have the engineering team is going to need a head engineer. They're also going to need a deputy head engineer if it's a large enough ship, because you're going to need someone to take over in case the head engineer anything happens to them.
And you're probably also going to want a dedicated communications section chief.
Yeah.
Who does not have to stand in the normal watch rota with the rest of the sailors.
And you're going to want some senior NCO on the ship to be wandering around, because in a nice way, morale is always going to be an issue, especially when you're in that kind of scenario.
So upon reading further on the wiki, it does say that these ships have a dedicated gun crew. Which is a weird thing to specify. Well, no, but it's a weird thing for it to specify it has a separate dedicated gun crew.
So the only...
Yeah.
It's weird wording.
No, that sounds like it's a thing for a wargaming. And so you'll have your Marine detachment, you'll have your gun crew and you'll have your ship crew, and they will each have their ability levels. And so that's why you've got the gun crew, because the gun crew might be veteran, elite, or whatever, but the other bits may be at a different rating, would be my thought. That's why you use that terminology.
And the Marines are what we would expect of Marines, according to the wiki. They do shipboard defense and boarding actions, as well as shore parties.
Yes, so they're
traditional Marines.
They're elite shock troops.
Yeah,
is what they are.
So the other thing that this kind of sounds like to me as a ship is it sounds like it's more kind of police vessel.
Well, it's explicitly was designed to counter Union outriders, prioritizing maneuverability with a modest weapon complement, stark departure of previous designs. Whereas they apparently have similar point defense capability to those found on much larger warships, which I find odd, yet sacrifices armor for extra maneuverability. So, yeah, kind of makes some sense there. I'm trying to see if I can
if you're saying similar as in the same level of capability just scaled down, then okay. But if you're saying similar as in, yes, this has, 90% of the guns on a battleship, it's like then you're going to be 90% the size of a battleship.
And from quickly looking at what they're designed to counter, they are all... Yes, we're talking about Sojourn. But by the looks of it, they're designed to counter ships roughly 116 to 135 meters long, about 50 meters wide, apart from which is about 75. Which...
Oh, good lord.
Are just fast attack. This is why I don't like this.
No.
They're only described as outriders.
We're moving on. We're moving on to the next question. We're moving on to the next question. Okay, Kingdom of Finland. Thank you for the question, but all you've done is disturb us.
Giving the good doctor a bit of a stroke.
No, I'm sitting there going, I either need to go and have a concept with the developers of this game, a conversation with the developers of this game, and give them make them actually understand the realities of operational.
It's a series.
It's a series. Oh, good. AC-75. British
just hug Glenn all the tighter the next time you see him.
I do regularly. AC-75. There's an entire video coming up on that on Thursday with a live, so I'm going to leave that for that live because I don't want to have a discussion. I might, there might even be more of a discussion in next week's Bruships, and there is going to be a sci-fi Bruships coming up, and there's going to be an alternate history Bruships coming up as well. All before Christmas. Multibraiders, they are all ready to mutiny because they're tired of eating space meatloaf. Yes, they would be. Jonathan Moon, what's the smallest dedicated built, not converted early World War I fighter carrier, 18 planes? The smallest built carrier, that's basically, that does do fight. The smallest dedicated built from person, not converted, you're probably talking about HMS Hermes.
Yeah, I was going to say that's
the smallest really that's built in the World War I era.
And what was the Japanese?
Hermes isn't actually completed in World War I.
What was the Japanese one? I get them mixed up.
The Japanese one is Hosho, but that's not built for fighters. That's the thing. It's originally not conceived with fighter complement from memory. It was then built with fighter complement. The one which was conceived with fighter complement from the get-go was Hermes.
Who then amusingly didn't have any fighters on board quite a lot of World War II.
Also, there's the fact that Hermes is laid down in 1918, ordered in 1917 in World War I, whereas Hosho isn't laid down till 1920. So Hermes is ordered and laid down while it's still World War I, and the question was World War I. Argus is a conversion. And the question was specifically said, not conversion.
Question.
Yes.
How happy would Jellicoe be if you gave him one OG Hermes load of swordfish just before Jutland?
18 swordfish at Jutland?
Yeah.
Oh, he'd be happy.
If I just
And that right there, Jeff, is the laughter of a man who is seeing the entire high seas fleet burning before his mind's eye.
to be fair,
No,
we're
it's
just giving the
not.
Royal Navy HMS
It's
Hermes
thinking.
with even her 1920s.
Hermes was not a conversion.
Win.
Hermes was built from scratch as an aircraft carrier.
She was an experimental aircraft carrier under the treaties.
She was never a seaplane tender. Cats are the nicest way. No.
Because Eagle was the conversion, not Hermes.
Eagle was the conversion from a battleship.
Now, did they convert Hermes into a seaplane tender once the treaty started to take effect?
No, Hermes was never converted to a seaplane tender.
No, that was Ark Royal, which became Pegasus.
Yes, that was the seaplane tender.
To be fair, Joel, you can, depending on your mods, you can refit HMS Hermes pretty quickly into being a semi-okay carrier. But then again, you've got the problem in Hoi 4 of just older ships are just worse. That's why if you know what you're doing with certain nations, you can get 1944 designs in 1939 and have them hit the water in 1940, and at that point, Hoi's annoying of just how Navy just tech rush, and because it's just absolutely better in every way.
I think actually what happens if Jellicoe has swordfish is, you have to remember, swordfish are torpedo, spotter, reconnaissance aircraft. So he has two functions. He has 18 torpedoes he can launch, yay! But torpedo and spotter can be even more useful for Battle of Jutland. You know, the spotter and reconnaissance actually can be, spotter and reconnaissance can be even more useful.
Where are you? Beatty, where are you? Okay, Beatty, I found you.
Because they're nice way. Also, their radios would work. And remember, Rutland of Jutland, the whole problem for him was he launched with his aircraft to try and provide Jellicoe information, and his radio didn't work. No, Catsud, I have no idea where you're picking that up from. I'm sorry.
I think any seaplane tender was converted to a full carrier.
Usually they go
not what we would normally traditionally call a full carrier.
No, the Japanese did. Some of their escort carriers.
She was originally designed to carry both seaplanes and wheeled aircraft, but she was always an aircraft carrier. She was not a seaplane tender. A seaplane tender launches and recovers aircraft by dropping them off into the water. A aircraft carrier always has a full-length flight deck. So I think that's possibly what you're getting from, but the thing is, that's not a seaplane tender, and at no point was she ever a seaplane tender.
It's to do with, according to the treaty, it's that you can land on. Is a large part of what makes her an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, and she's always an aircraft carrier. She's basically
Hermes is always an aircraft carrier. There is never any discussion of her being anything else, until she becomes sunk.
No, because Hermes is explicitly described as the first purpose-built carrier that starts construction. Hosho, I believe, technically beats it out of into production, but ends up much worse as a result.
No, Catson, I'm only reading what you're actually saying, and what you wrote was you swear she was originally a seaplane tender. She was never a seaplane tender. There were some designs going around for seaplane tenders at the time, but she was never one of them. She has some very interesting ideas. At one point in her design, she's going to have 2 islands and a full-length flight deck running between them. All sorts of interesting things in her original were looked in design study, but at no point was she changed in the building, etc. So yeah.
Well, part of your problem there, Joel, is because Britain's not had any updates in Hoi. Well, since the very first DLC, basically, they are in dire need of help. Whereas every other one you suggest there have all had multiple major overhauls. Plus, if everyone's just going historic, then rather boring usually.
Yeah. But yeah, it's Hermes. Stafford. Of battleships make a comeback, how long until cruisers do? I think one of the reasons why they are calling them battleships is because cruisers still test apparently everywhere as a imperial name and a bad thing, so it's not making a comeback. So that's why they're going for battleship. That's my honest belief. Sullivan, as regards the SMM tubes in Search Talent, could the same system be used for mine laying? Theoretically, you could.
These days, your mine.
You could make some. These days, your mine laying capacity, you tend to use other methodologies, but you could, in theory, do it. Have a dispersal system for mines to pop out of there. It's something you could certainly work out with the space. You go, okay, can we insert? But I don't think you'd.
Also, I'm not sticking an SSBN in to go and lay a minefield.
Even an SSGN to go and lay a minefield. I think you'd be more likely to be. I think we're more looking at sort of maybe using torpedo tubes to deploy mines and using SSNs to do it if we're going to be doing it from a submarine. But probably,
I'd much rather use an SSK, in fact.
Well, no, usually these days we just drop them from aircraft. Usually an aircraft flies overhead and drops them.
Sorry, we, as in Britain, doesn't have any.
No.
No. But remind me, who makes most of the mines for the world?
Yeah, and as I've said many times, though, modern destroyers and frigates are basically cruisers. One's an ASW cruiser, one's an air defense cruiser. We just don't call them cruisers because that's a dirty word. But look at their roles and what they're doing. They're basically doing peacetime missions. They're cruising, and sloops are the unmanned vessels are doing sleep miles.
Are you saying that the military-industrial complex and its attendant politicians are misleading the voters?
Langley was converted from a carrier to a seaplane tender. Yes, Langley was converted from a carrier to seaplane tender and had previously been converted from a coaler to a carrier. So Langley has a full life.
I don't like Fox's statement of why not just sink a Maersk cargo ship and leak mines that way.
There are easier and cheaper ways to do this. How good was Sea Slug, Sea Cat, and Sea Dart? Against the weapons they were designed for, okay. In various scenarios, really not good. And the trouble is for all those weapons, is the most famous war they used is the Falklands War, where some of those weapons, their time is really coming to an end. And other of those weapons have never really been designed to operate that close inshore. And it's more the sensors which haven't been designed to operate inshore rather than missiles, so they can't be given the information they need. But they weren't bad for their time, but they weren't particularly brilliant either. Stafford, follow-up. If battleships come back, do they restart with 12-inch or 16-inch guns? They probably restart with 8-inch guns and then work their way up.
Yeah, the capability to build anything much larger than 8 inches limited.
Well, the answer to that question of explaining giving a pardon to one Latin American president, but wanting to make war on another one for the supposedly same reason, is politics, and also probably perspective. But yeah, that's usually the answer. Politics. AC-75 RO7 learned that of the pilots in the C-130 trials on the Forrestal, one of the pilots in the C-130 trials on the Forrestal was called Lieutenant Commander Stovall. Any other good naval nominative determinisms? All I know is Captain Coward in the Falklands War was really inappropriately named because he keeps charging everywhere. And there's a few others like that in history who are really interesting. Captain Manly Powers, for anyone who wants to follow that one.
So what I'm hearing is that Captain Coward essentially made captain and then went, I take that personally.
Captain Coward at no point in his life was ever accused of actually being a coward of cowardice. In fact, usually the Royal Navy were concerned more about the other thing. That he was too aggressively energetic towards things. Questions are open again.
Foxer suggests John French is a bad one. He's very much northern and hates the French.
Yeah.
Is it possible for the Royal Navy to ever think one of its officers is being too aggressive?
Yes.
Yes.
If they end up getting into a situation that's disadvantageous for no real benefit.
It's more a case of no, they think they're being aggressive when they're basically going peacetime deployments. Keep them as far away from the Soviets as possible. Because why? Because they're actually the ones who will initiate the dodgems. And we don't want to lose a frigate to dodgems.
You're saying they're the ones that are going to rock up to the Dalek High Convention in Davos's chair and say, "Anybody for dodgems?"
Yes. AC-75. Learned that answer that one. Sullivan, what's your order on the through-deck escort cruiser designs that were to be accompanied to CVA-1? They seem to be to meet at least some of your present ships. They were an interesting idea, and they're of course what eventually lead to the Invincibles. But yeah, basically their realization that you need more air padding, you're going to be able to generate from the large ships, and can we get some other ships somehow? Basically that's what's going on. They're good. They're good ships. Foxo appears to be doing something in the chat.
Is she?
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
I think she's. I think she's sending something to you, Dragon. I just have that feeling from the way her.
Accidentally joined on my phone.
Yeah. Her system keeps flashing up. But no, they were. Look, I'd have liked them to go with a 28,000-ton design. I'd like them to go with the slightly bigger options which were considered. Mainly because they have two advantages as far as I was concerned. One, they have two twin Sea Dart launchers, which would have made them really interesting. And they also were going to have space for... I think initially it was they were sort of looking at going what it was going to have. I think it was they were planning on eventually it was going to be Sea Wolf. They would also had... two Seawolf launchers, two Seawolf 6 sets, 2 to 3 Seawolf 6 sets as well. So they would have Seawolf and Sea Dart, and that would have been a really interesting ship to have in operation, and would have had about an extra, I think it's 12 aircraft. But they didn't go down that route. The interesting thing is working out how they're going to put the extra twin Sea Darts, the extra Sea Dart launcher, because again, the first one they're going for forward. And
I have just come across.
And I think what they're planning to do is they're literally planning on mounting the one. This of course is forward and is on the island side of the ship. So of course it's on the right, on the starboard side, and so they're putting it aft on the port. So yeah,
I have just been exposed to a meme which lists the war cry of one Space Marine chapter as average COD lobby.
Well, that's a
scary thought.
Interesting one.
Does the Poodle have a new and nice excellent sweaters and hoodies? I have been looking for them. We have one, we don't have enough, and I'm also looking for new Xmas t-shirts for myself. Because as you know, I wear them every single day in this Christmas period. Walter Brodus, will New Zealand replace their sunken naval vessel? Eventually. We'll see what happens. They're probably going to go with the Japanese frigate design because that's what the Australians have gone with. Although the Australians are now complaining that they are going to be short of ASW lead vessels. And so I am almost counting the days till they announce they're going to order batch 2 of the Hunter class. and have end up with 6 of them, and end up with more keep more armies coming in. But they're just the Australian government is all over the place when it comes to naval procurement.
The problem for the Australians is they have a country the size of a continent. They have several oceans to worry about, and really a very small population to do it with.
And they also have politicians who ask questions like, I don't know, can a submarine only spend 6 minutes underwater?
Oh, don't remind me of that.
And then have to be pressed down by an admiral of the, we are not having a conversation about highly classified capabilities in an open meeting of Parliament.
Yes.
I will happily brief the minister on these capabilities once they have signed all of the required paperwork.
Do I trust that the minister will manage to keep it to themselves? No. I don't think I don't think the MD-11 does have any variants which are maritime patrol aircraft. I'm looking at the various list of operators, and FedEx, UPS, Western Global. The current operators are FedEx, UPS, and Western Global. I can't see any operators who are military.
And there's probably nothing to stop you, just no one's wanted to.
Yeah.
Because they're mostly using old enough Boeing airframes that they actually had decent build quality.
That is the main trouble with finding new Boeing airframe qualities. The Admiral should invite the minister to the signals group chat. Yeah, it was a few years ago, but let's be honest. When we were on Australia, we met a lot of their naval personnel, and let's put it this way: we thought we had issues. No. The person asking wasn't a minister. No, they were just a member of parliament.
They seem to have some very.
Someone had, in nicest way, that is a classic case of their researchers have failed to. They have either failed to read the briefing notes provided by their research team, or their research team hasn't done their briefing properly.
No, the impression I had was that there's a handful of Australian politicians who wouldn't be able to spell the word researcher to actually, get one to work for them. They seem to be really quite aggressively stupid, but because they do it in a very Australian brash way, it comes across as well, and they don't normally make any real power.
We don't have many legs to stand on. Our current foreign secretary once had his picture taken with a policeman standing not far behind him as a headline for a thing of, I've never seen police on this street. And don't get me started on the former Conservative government, because honestly, they had some really interesting characters in there who I could tell you all sorts of fun stories about.
Yeah, but the most fun thing at the moment is Jeremy Corbyn's current disaster. That one's just hilarious.
Oh.
That one's just priceless. Yeah.
Okay. So, if the Invincible class had received an 80-foot hull extension during the 1990s, 2000s, which would keep them going until 2020s, would they have helped the Queen Elizabeth anyway? Yeah, we'd have still probably hopefully had carrier operations going until the Queen Elizabeth came into service. Hopefully. Probably wouldn't have, but we can hope so. LEV. Any words of comfort for the Germans and French in the audience regarding the F-gas program? Tempest is still working? The odds are you won't get into it because the British and Japanese and Italians are going, it's all the building work is ours, and we're sharing the building work, and we don't need anyone else. And the FCAS program has basically fallen apart because the Germans and French are arguing over who gets to build the aircraft, which is a big surprise with the French and Germans involved, because both of them are love them or there's nothing wrong with this, but they are they are looking after their own voters, and they want to have the construction primarily based in their own territory. And you can't disagree with it, but it's a joint development program, and it's going to be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them ends up joining Tempest and making a big fuss, and one of them ends up trying to go alone.
And one could genuinely go either way as to which one does which.
It could do. The other thing is they could muddle through and actually make the FCAS program actually work somehow. Honestly, Steve, it's probably it's actually the nicest way. It might not be. I would say it's a 50-50, and honestly, I would not say it's necessarily. I would honestly say if the Germans applied to join it with the current, with the issues the Germans have generated recently with British programs and Japanese programs, then they might not be welcome. There are fors and against on both ones running.
What, for the initiative, what problems has Berlin been causing for its erstwhile allies?
They're the ones who said we had to pay multiple billions of pounds to join the European Defence Program, European Defence Alliance, the Procurement Alliance, rather than hundreds of millions. We were offering hundreds of millions. They wanted us to pay billions.
Did they want you to just fund the whole project?
Once you looked at it, the amount they were asking for us would have been equivalent to what 50%, what everyone else barring Germany was putting in, barring Germany and France were putting in combined. Which I can understand their reasoning, because they go, well, you're not part of the European Union, so you're not paying into all the other parts of the European Union while doing it. And I can see their reasoning, but it was a case of, yeah, you basically price yourself out of us joining that, and that's fine. But that means we're going to have to go it alone, or we're going to have to work with other people. And we've currently got the Japanese going, hello, do you want to come help work with us? And the Americans going, do you want to buy from us? And basically, in the nicest way, just look at the trip schedule for ministers for next 2 years. There's like half a dozen ending up in Japan at various points. We know what's going to happen. Joe Fredericks. With the recent contract of JTAM to Australia, has it proven Israel isn't really that important ally? I've been debating that Australia could get a JTAM first, not Israel. Not really. Doesn't mean anything in the end. In these programs. Sometimes it's politics. Sometimes it's part of defense programs. Someone who's offering the better deal, and also you have to remember, Australia is receiving quite a lot of investment at the moment because they're kind of a key ally and kind of an exposed ally. And their positioning, and it's kind of they need to be sort of bucked up a bit. And you have to remember, this is Australia versus Israel. You also have to remember Australia's currently paying a huge amount of money into America for their submarine program.
Remind me which program.
So there's a few things about the JTAM program.
Which one's that? Joint Tactical Attack Munition.
Yeah.
So it's simple. You don't want, if you give it to the Israelis, there is a good probability they're going to use it in action fairly soon, and you don't necessarily want the capabilities being revealed that way.
And so basically, Australia's starting to get, and also Australia's going to get its deliveries in 2033 onwards. So. Also, there's the fact that, to be honest, the Israelis probably, if they want a missile, they want it sooner than the 2033.
And they do plenty of their own missiles.
Yeah.
We bought Israeli missiles for Afghanistan.
And
I would also put forward that of the two nations, Australia is a lot less politically radioactive at the moment.
Yeah.
Regardless of your feelings on that particular conflict and the various stakeholders' inputs there too, Israel is quite radioactive to send lethal aid to currently.
And also, I would say, also that there's the fact that I think Israel's got their own missile program. It's development from the Python systems. I think it's their Python Derby. And yeah, they're also working with the Meteor program, as far as I know, and various other things like that. So, yeah, it's there's all sorts of things going on there, but that's nothing that should be really read into.
I mean, okay, if you want to see it as a snub to Israel and as a ding to Israel, and that will get you political capital, great. Feel free to do so. If you don't worry about it.
Yeah, basically, then no one's bothered about it. Jonathan Moon, what's the smallest dedicated built, not converted? Early World War I fighter carrier, 18 planes could be. The two words fell wrong. Oh, Hermes. Hermes is roughly the smallest you could make in World War I as a dedicated fighter carrier that could actually keep up the fleet. You're not going to build an escort carrier to keep up the fleet at that point. If you're building it earlier, if you're wanting something that would be sort of that size to keep it earlier, you're talking Argus could do it as conversion, and that sort of size range would work. But again, that's your sort of limit. Vindictive doesn't get there.
No, Vindictive really doesn't seem to have been a success, and they did some very strange things with her afterwards.
They were practically vindictive to Paul Vindictive. Opinion on kangaroo.
That was.
Huh? What?
That was bad.
What?
They were vindictive to vindictive.
Yeah, they were.
They kept on kicking her when she was down.
Yeah.
To be fair, they eventually converted her back.
Not really.
Yeah.
They took out a load of her engines.
They still converted her back to be a cruiser.
Now,
They took the deck off.
Okay. O'Sullivan, I'm going to check this one. Do you mean kangaroo carriers as in the armoured personnel carrier made by Canada? Which sort of was various conversions.
Defrocked priests?
Mm-hmm. Yes, pretty much. They took a priest and they took its gun and things off it and turned it into a personnel carrier. For supporting amphibious operations.
Ram, I believe, in particular, not necessarily a priest, but...
Well, they did the Rams, the priest, and they did the Churchill, and they did also a variant which was the
kangaroo
based on the flame tank.
Refers to the Ram conversion.
Well, no, there's also the priest. The 4th Queen's Own Hussars used the priest kangaroos specifically, and yeah, they were all at one point. They were all called kangaroos. It's fun. It's fun. Okay, it's the Canadians. They like to confuse their opponents.
Yeah, that is odd. Okay, I've only ever heard it for the actual Ram conversion.
No, it's fun, and there's a really cool picture of a kangaroo Churchill. They have the
later ones were done to Churchills and Shermans. Okay.
Yeah,
I think to some extent they just took broken tanks where the turrets had been dinged, and the hull was okay, and just were like, yeah, whatever. We've got so many spares. Just
I know they did it to the Rams because the Rams never saw service.
Well,
Really,
because I think
or
it's
never operational service, I should say.
I think it started because they were stopping using the 105mm as well, was part of it, and so that's why they were demounting the guns from the chassis, and they were like, oh, there's a big space in here. It's a bit like a Bren carrier, only bigger. And then they were like, oh.
It's really not that hard to be bigger than a Bren carrier.
Huh, okay, so...
that is true.
I think it's also because they were oversupplied with these vehicles.
Lieutenant General Guy Simmons of the 2nd Canadian Corps devised it as basically, oh dear, we're losing too many M3s. What do we have that can replace them? Yeah, first 72 were from M7 Pre-Stuart, correct? Which are based off the same chassis as it. Then they moved on to the Rams, which are deemed obsolete, and then Shermans and Churchills they could get their hands on.
Yeah.
Just popped in that, chaps and ladies. We're down to 3 questions. Do you want me to reopen?
Yeah, we'll go on for a little longer. Let's get another 5 questions, because Dan, do you have work in the morning?
No, because I work the weekend.
Okay, so we'll take in another 5-10 questions, and we'll work into a bit we'll get through it, because if I'm not mistaken, if we get another 5-10 questions, that takes us to about 60 questions on this evening.
We've already done. This will be 61.
This will be 61. Okay, so let's go for 75.
We've already done 61. So do you want to take it to like 70?
75. Let's go for 75, because 75 is a nice number to get to.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the one thing about the Ram Kangaroo, was that it also had a little rotatable turret for the machine gun rather than a bound machine gun in the hull.
Yeah, from what I'm finding, that's primarily from the
it was
Ram
helpful from that point of view, and it was designed from the get-go, so they actually put hatches on it so that it would be better protected from airburst munitions and mortars. So it was quite useful from that point of view. But it was basically the Americans were making so many tanks that the Canadian production of the M4 variant, because it was kind of an American M4, basically they decided to turn into these odd APCs.
Okay.
Okay. I need to. Right. Okay.
You need to open the questions, because Knight's already bashing on the doors.
Give me question answers. I want answers to all of my questions.
The horde is at the door.
I will make them loaded. I will load them so badly.
What, like how Corvus isn't a great Primarch?
Take that back.
Why do you run into that? Why? Why start that one up?
You take that back.
Because I've not had much of a chance to speak to Runon lately due to them working themselves half to death.
Hey, I make $4,100 a week.
And I'm proud of you.
Joel Fredericks, how long do you think until the People's Liberation Army Air Force okay to sail their counterparts to the JTEM, the PL-21? In simple terms, it's the next generation one. I think it'll be interesting to see if they do actually start selling it to anyone else. I think they're going to be sufficiently worried that someone else might buy and nick their secret source, that they might not get it. But yeah, we'll see.
Oh no! Anyway, isn't China also having some upper management issues right now?
Yeah,
in the military.
That happens on a semi-regular basis. That's really nothing new.
Okay.
Don't take this wrong way. In the nicest way, it's not unusual. It's just not. And that sounds terrible to say, but it's just not. China goes through cycles of they get people, they start off well, then their system slowly goes, ooh, you can have all this.
Listen, if you don't occasionally purge your higher leadership on sometimes questionable claims of incompetence or corruption, are you really an authoritarian state?
Look.
That would be an ecumenical question.
Yes. That's more philosophy. I'm history.
So,
the answer to the question, Knight 681.
To quote, even Altharius is more interesting than Court vs. Lemu. Get boring, Brunon. The Dark Angels call they want their title of most boring legion back. Say it, say it, say it.
Okay, right then. So tonight,
Bird dad, best dad.
Oh, good lord. 9681, to answer your question of, so why did Royal Navy reject the Western Puma as an ASW helicopter? Because they had the option of the Sea King. And let's be
because
honest,
it wasn't approved by Corvus Corax Best Primarch.
Oh, God.
No, because at no point has the Royal Navy cared about anyone who's called a Primarch. But leaving it to one side, the Sea King was considered already marinized, and it was already ready to go in terms of, it's a Sikorsky S-61 built by Westland. It was fine. It was going to do the job for the Royal Navy, and it fitted with their own design and tech maneuvers, and it was a development of what they already had, because they already had quite a few Sikorsky airframes in service. So, frankly, it makes more sense from the Royal Navy's perspective to go to Sea King. The real question is, why did the RAF have to go their own way and go for the Puma when they could have gone for the Sea King, or rather the S-50, the S-53?
I think the answer to that one is because didn't they get the Puma at a point when they were also getting the Jaguar and things, when we were actually getting on with the French for a bit?
Well, there was your first mistake. You assumed that you could get along with the French.
We were getting along. It was also around the period of Concord and various other things. So yes, we were getting along with the French.
We do get on okay with them.
Occasionally we do get along with the French, and then we have problems, because at certain points we're getting on quite well with the French, and we think, okay, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is good. And then at another point then suddenly both of us realise, hang on, this thing we're agreeing to is actually in neither of our interests. And then we no longer get along with the French. Britain and France are the classic interests of the classic demonstration of nations have interests, not friendships. As is actually America and Britain. It's just more often than not our interests have converged because of the way the world is set up financially. But that's a whole
also because your media establishment has stolen the hearts of our women.
Oh dear. Fox was going on an anti-French tirade, but apparently is agreeing. At least one good thing it was the Peugeot 205 in the 80s as a rally car. And the Jaguar.
Look, the fact that we have stolen the hearts of the American women, more states to the fact, in a nice way, I was having this conversation with one of my Texas cousins recently about, there was a young boy who decided that, in school in Texas, who decided that how he would greet one of my little cousins over there was by tucking her hair at break time, until eventually she decided to use him as a ragdoll, using manoeuvres which may or may not have been taught to her in part by one of her uncles last Christmas when she was over in the UK. Which might have been why the aforementioned uncle was getting a phone call to be asked exactly why he taught his little cousin these manoeuvres. My words were, I thought it was good exercise, and she should have an exercise routine. Anyway, leaving that to one side. Yeah. There might be one little 8-year-old boy in America who's currently very, very upset with me, but we'll leave that to one side. There's an 8-year-old girl who really likes their uncle. Leaving that to one side. The interesting thing was that I was sort of sitting going, yeah, apparently she'd gone to the teachers and they'd said boys will be boys. That doesn't tend to happen in the UK, because boys are supposed to be gentlemen. I'm not sure what happened, where that got lost, because I could imagine if at my junior school, when we had meetups with the girls' junior school, if someone had tugged their hair as a boy, what would have exactly happened to us, and how long the meeting would have been with the headmaster with no biscuits and certainly no choco milk provided.
Oh dear.
I think it's
So go on, Dan.
well, it just yeah, the kind of boys will be boys thing. I thought that got ditched in the early 90s.
Well, it was certainly wasn't part of my school life. It wasn't sort of scenario. And Moxie Drinker, in nicest way, my family's Scottish and Scottish and Cornish in their background. And there are some interesting parts in Scotland. There are interesting parts in England. There are interesting parts all over the world. But for most of it, yeah, the Scots are even more fiery. Yeah,
well, if you want to speak about fiery, Foxo's got a response to the whole "boys will be boys" bit. To quote, "Or they back off when they see your Danax. I've always been kicked to the aft of boys. I was always very good with melee weapons."
Yeah.
Boys will be boys when parents
are Irish.
Yeah. I'm sorry, this is from Scotland. Yeah, but most of Scots, especially, most of the Scots I know as well were thought. You don't tug a girl's hair as a way to say hello.
No, it's just rude.
Yeah, you don't do.
That's a good way to get.
In my experience, with my Scottish cousins, I can imagine if you did that. That's a good way to experience pain. So you don't do that, and that's almost an accepted thing. In a nicest way, if you in the 1990s, I can imagine. I remember in the 1990s when I was at school. Okay, there was a kid who decided to basically attack me. We were both in primary school time, so please, this is no reflection on the kid. He decided to go for me. Anyway, in the ensuing fight, he learned that my rules of combat are different from his, whereas he believed in doing Malmesbury rules of just punching in the chest and looking at a Queensberry sort of Malmesbury rules. I poked his eyes, bit him, slammed my knee into parts of him. I went full on, and I won that fight, surprisingly enough. When it came to the parents meeting up, the parents turned around to him and said, "Oh, he probably deserved it because he attacked him," and that was the rule in the 90s. And my mum just went.
Nowadays, both parties get suspended.
By the way, I would like to point out neither of us were suspended, and also I would like to point out that at that point I never had to have another fight at that school ever again, because after I'd done that one time, everyone in the school knew exactly why you didn't fight me. You might have rules. I have survival. I don't care. My plan is I walk away from this fight intact. I don't care about how you walk away from this fight. So don't fight me. And honestly, I managed to go through the whole way through school was with... Yeah. I went through... I was in all boys schools most of the way all the way through. And it was a case of the number of fights I had in school were numbered on 2, 3, and very quickly, never. But also, I tended to do things like shooting, martial arts, fencing, a lot of various fun things, which again put you in a group of. There are kids we're going to play games with. There are kids we're just going to leave alone. Not as good as I would never claim I was as good as Leslie. But I was taught quite well by my grandfather. But it's not something I would encourage people doing. Please don't. If you can avoid fighting, avoid it. My policy has always been, if I can avoid a fight, I will avoid it, because there's no point running the risk if I don't need to. But if I have to fight, my policy is to get the fight over and done with as quickly as possible. And that means getting my opponent down on the ground hard so I can get away. And that's the advice. If you have to defend yourself in a way which means you get away. Once you have to engage in the way which means you survive. Not legal advice, not medical advice. I'm a war studies lecturer, so I teach defence and those things. So I would like to say, and that's also the military policy of basically of how you fight wars. You don't want to fight a war. If you can avoid it, you do. But if you have to fight one, it's better the other person is down hard and quickly and it's over, than you make it in a long-running thing of going, oh, let's try training blows and be nice and maybe we can work this out. Once the fists are going, then just hit hard and get it over.
Yep. You better not start anything, but you also better finish whatever gets started.
Yeah. Basically, Marcus, that's me. I don't want to start the fights, but if you start the fight with me, I will finish it. Yeah. But I have got to get back to the gym. I have got to get back to the gym. This is... It's a case of... Yeah. The trouble is doing all the work in the attics and these things. You still get hungry, you still eat, and then you're going, hang on, I'm spending most of my day lying down, moving boards and things around, so I'm not really using up that much energy, and then you just look around and go, And I've had
but you're also spending your day belly, you're also spending a significant chunk of your day belly and back crawling.
Yes. But then after that, I then go and sit down in my chair and do my work, and these things combined do not make for a healthy lifestyle where you burn off the energy you eat. And I don't, because of the pneumonia, I don't want to cut my food down too much, so I prefer to exercise more and raise my calorie usage rather than cut my diet because of the pneumonia experience.
Are you doing cardio?
Yeah.
That should rebuild your capacity. Long efficiency, whatever.
Yeah.
Most apps term is.
Okay, what if Darth Vitae appeared during the reign of the Empire for the exact date 2 BBY, 2 years before the Battle of Yavin? And what kind of damage would he do?
Yep. Dragon, help!
Dragon.
Help!
Foxo, Dragon.
Yes, sorry,
Darth Vitae has appeared during the reign of the Empire for exactly 2 years BBY. What kind of damage would he do? Now,
less than might be expected.
Isn't he the guy who has the massive fleet? Or am I completely forgetting things?
He initially had a very large fleet, yes. Darth Vitiate was initially the Sith Emperor, then the other Emperor, then what's called... I don't remember their name, but basically he's another Emperor of a different group this time. But then he was permanently destroyed at the final time. He's said to be the most powerful Force user in all of history. People debate this whether Palpatine actually might be, because he has done some incredibly powerful feats. If he turns up 2 BBY, not much happens unless he starts getting the right people on his side.
Yeah.
Because basically, without a fleet, without his power base, you can't. He's a very powerful warrior, so I guess he could, if he wanted to, he could go up to the office of Palpatine and try and just beat him. But that doesn't get you power, and he's intelligent, so he probably just buys his time and rebuilds slowly over time.
He's done it before. He'll do that again.
Yeah.
He's going to have to take Vader and the Inquisitors out, or at least nullify them in some way, neutralize them. Because as soon as he starts making waves, the ISB is going to start trying to figure out who is trying to expand a little pocket empire. And once they find out that it's somebody who is Force sensitive, that's probably going to get the Inquisitors involved, which basically is going to guarantee that Vader gets involved with this level of Force user.
the Inquisitors probably get annihilated, and then Vader gets involved.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I agree that the Inquisitors are just going to get raffle stomped, but that's going to pull Vader in, and then that's going to be an interesting. Because Vader does not like Sidious on any level.
There is
a respect there, but there's no mutual affection like he had with Obi-Wan or even Yoda.
Okay, so Polar precision over the horizon land attack rocket, quad pack modified GM in standard VLS RGM 165. What should the ESN have bought? Okay, as I understand it, the problem with them was actually with the systems which they were looking at and ending up deciding factor, if I remember correctly from this program so far, was the marinization of the rocket, because even in a VLS cell, you will still get seeping of the atmosphere. So you need to have some sort of it's the marinization, and I think that's what ended up deciding it for the US Navy more than necessarily what they wanted the actual capability of the weapon. It was which one could be most easily or was already marinized, if I remember correctly. Let me just go and check my notes, because it's one of the things I actually did look into at one point.
Marinized or marinated?
Marinized.
You sure it's not marinating? Or
marinated? You marinize them so they don't marinate.
I may have understood now why I'm having problems with some of my ships. I have been marinating them and their equipment.
Have you been marinating them in a buttermilk solution or a balsamic solution?
We're not going to that, but yeah, it's going to be
soy sauce and honey. It's aiming more for a teriyaki effect.
Yeah, but I think they went with. I think what they're going with is. We'll see. But yeah, it is from the notes I'm reading. It was the marinization.
Hey, Knight, if you want to cut me a check for 5,000 to 10,000 British pounds, I'm happy to set up a Minecraft server for you.
Joel, with the Type 76 having an emails aboard, do you think the People's Liberation Army, Navy, Air Force is planning on fitting J-35s on LHC? Not at the moment, because their J-35s are not they're not they are not cattle. Is it not catostol? Catapult assisted takeoff, short landing. I'm trying to work it out. It's an interesting system to see what they're going to do. I don't think they're going for them at the moment. Longer term, we'll see. We will see, because there's a few programs to come beyond that, which could be interesting. But at the moment, I don't think the J-35 is going to be the one that does that. LEV, regarding GCAP, you were talking about someone from FCA potentially joining. Do you think the GCAP nation will want to allow one of the FCAS nations to join? That's going to be an interesting question to see what they bring to the table. Yeah.
Why would you pay $50,000 for a bottle of whiskey? Who hurt you?
$50,000 for a bottle of whiskey?
Yeah.
In fact, it's not even the most expensive bottle of whiskey I've ever seen go.
I understand that, but I still don't understand why you would buy a $50,000 bottle of whiskey.
Well, the Macallan 1926 sold for $2 million a single bottle, $2.2 million a single bottle.
And why would you spend $2.2 million on a bottle of whiskey?
Because
do you know how much Warhammer I could buy with $2.2 million?
In a nicest way, I think
maybe up to a 2-point army.
The standard, the bottle you can find at the moment, which is probably the most expensive, is the Macallan Anniversary Malt Highland Single Malt, which I think the 1928 50-year-old malt whiskey, malt whiskey is roughly 250 grand to buy. That's the one which you can buy in. That's not in sort of single bolts. There is a few cheaper. Glenlivet has got one from 1940, which is about 110,000, and there's a.
You know how much Warhammer I could buy for $110,000?
Look, in a nicest way, there's a fair number.
The UK with a house.
There's
yeah.
You have to remember, I come from a family which part of it does wine in Australia, part of it does whiskey in the UK, and up in Scotland, and for the true whiskey lovers,
all of it attempts to remove money from rich idiots.
Nobody removes money from their hands.
Also, you have to remember, it's a great way of storing money for some people. These collections.
It's like yeah.
Some people buy this whiskey as an investment.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to drink it, are they?
Well, they'll drink it once they've made profit off it, probably, and bottled it all up.
It's going to sound strange, but there is actually. I actually know someone, and this is going to sound really weird to know someone like this, but I do know someone who is disturbingly rich, and this is from this side of a family. So I know him as he's not a friend, but I know him because he's friends with that side of the family, and he actually likes to buy the really expensive bottles of whiskey to drink them because he thinks it's an absolute shame the way they're being used. And he has the kind of money that he can afford to do that without even blinking.
So what you're saying...
I could buy for that?
Basically...
So what you're saying is he likes to stunt on the poors.
Yes, but the poors he's stumping on other millionaires.
Yeah, so he likes the giga stunt on the actual poors.
No, because let's be honest, in a nice way, the people of our level could never afford that, so we don't care a flying hoot.
I could do so much more useful things with that amount of money.
Runon, welcome to effectively the difference between the nobility and the common folk.
I get that. That doesn't mean I'm any happier about it.
But also, in this guy's defense, whatever he spends on a whiskey bottle when he's nicking and buying them off at auction so he can go and drink them and stop the other people getting them, he then doubles that amount and donates it anonymously to charity. And it still doesn't make a difference to his wealth, so nicest way, he doesn't really deserve too much praise for that. I've told him that to his face. But it does sort of even out a little bit.
Whatever helps him sleep at night, I guess.
But no. This is the case of... I met him because I was up there with the family on Christmas channel, and he was there, and he was buying whiskey for his company party, his company event. And he was literally buying 60 crates of 50-year-old whiskey.
Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah.
And so, of course, he is an honoured friend of that branch of the family. Because someone who's turning up and buying that much whiskey is someone they really love. And he turns up next year and buys the same again.
I hate this timeline.
Yeah.
I would like a refund on this timeline.
19 why did the Royal Navy drop the dark blue top and white bottom paint scheme for the aircraft and yellow top and dark blue paint scheme for helicopters? It's supposed to be better for operations. It's supposed to be better for operations and covert things, but you know.
That does make me want to see a F-35 in sort of classic Fleet Air Arm. It would probably look cool.
I know the Royal Navy have wanted it, but basically the rule is it's a joint aircraft. All the aircraft are joint and could go either way, so not allowed to customize the paint scheme. But this is why I keep campaigning for the RAF to get a load of F-35As and all the Bs to be transferred to the Navy. Because then the Navy can have to choose the colour scheme they want.
I would love to see whenever the Raptor gets openly superseded by whatever, F-47 or whatever it's going to be called, that they take some Raptors and they paint them up in classic AAF colors. Just because I think it would be neat.
Yeah.
Because they've done Typhoons as Typhoons.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
What if IJN Nagato appeared in Tokyo Harbor on January 1st, 1900? The Russians are going to lose the Russo-Japanese War hard. Really hard.
On the plus side, though, Rossisvensky may not get sent on his voyage of the damned.
No.
Because, at that point, even the Tsar is going to be looking at Port Arthur like, what's the point?
There are 16-inch shells raining down on us with precision.
Yes,
there is,
with disturbing
there is
precision.
the very short Togo Hayachiro jumping up and down going, woohoo! I destroyed that hill!
Yeah, essentially walking up to his chief of gunnery on the ship like, do you see that hill there? Yes, Admiral. I do not wish to. Yes, Admiral.
Boxer says this assumes the Tsar believes the reports, but I feel eventually he might have to.
It's when the Royal Navy turns up, looks at it and goes, we'd like to copy this.
Actually, what was Nagato domestic production or foreign order?
Domestic production.
Because Mikasa was the last purchased battleship, I think, and then it was just battle cruisers.
Yeah.
I want to say.
Yes. Although lots of sections of them were purchased elsewhere, Nagato was entirely home produced. But let's be honest, in 1900, something turning up which has top speed of, even if she comes as built, with 26.5 knots of top speed, 8 16-inch guns, 20 5.5-inch guns, 4 3-inch guns, 8 21-inch torpedo tubes, a waterline belt of up to 12 inches, a deck armor of between 2.7 and 3 inches, gun turrets having 7.5 to 14 inches of armor on them, a 12-inch barbettes, a conning tower 14.5 inches around it. Yeah, you're going to look at that thing and go, okay, you've arrived. We would like to be anywhere else other than here right about now.
Because do not underestimate Kremlin's ability to just make believe.
Yeah, but that's the broadside equivalent of like 16, 12, no, she's going 8. So yeah, it's the broadside equivalent of like 16 12-inch guns. So she has the firepower of 4 pre-dreadnoughts in the Russian service. And she can outrange them all. If Fisher sees this, yes, Dreadnought is going to be a very different... In the nicest way, the only way the British can respond to that is going to be 5 triple 14-inch turrets if they want to go quickly, because those are the guns, that's the turrets and the guns they have most quickly that are available. They do have turbines. They could go for a 28-knot ship, but it's going to be a massive build and it's going to be a quick build.
And Weird Vickers, thank you.
So are you saying that it's going to be essentially a Flight 1 Baron from Glenn's book?
To an extent, it's basically going to be we can get this to work with super firing turrets if we really push it through. super firing fore and aft in roughly 1900 to 1904 time span. With those, because there are 14-inch guns from Ellswick available, not Vickers. Ellswick. Vickers have a 13.5-inch. You're going to go for, if you're facing a 16-inch, you're going to want to go 14-inch at least. You can get that quickly, and basically the British will go, well, in broadside weight, we now out broadside weight that. And if we can go for 28 knots, which we could sort of push to at that point, etc., and they want to have thicker armor and all sorts of things.
Those poor stokers, when you want to hit 28 knots, though, just imagine them shoveling like crazy.
Well, you have to remember, Nagato is oil-fired.
Yeah.
So, and that's not, again, that's new technology, but that's not unknown technology at this point. So again, they might push for that.
You're making a Ford.
Huh?
Too many new technologies.
Not really, because it's going to sound strange. Think about when oil-fired technologies do actually come into service in the Royal Navy at this point, when they are being ordered. First oil-fired cruisers.
And the oil-fired destroyers, I think, are even earlier, aren't they?
Yeah. The oil-fired destroyers, they're already on the sort of the ordering list, the design list. So these are all technologies which are actually already. It's not like the Ford, where these are technologies where they were talking about the Sumwalts and the Fords, where they were technologies which were completely were theoretical when they're first talking about them. These are technologies which are already under development and already in use elsewhere. Turbines already in use elsewhere. Oil fire already in use elsewhere. So you can do it, but it's going to be interesting.
And they've been doing weird things with gun calibers going up and down and down and up and.
Yeah, because theoretically the British could go for the 16.25-inch gun, but that's not really the size they need, or the range they need at this point. Joe Fredericks, do you think Pakistan will ever procure Chinese AWACS and tankers? Potentially it's on the list, but it's also it's going to be interesting to see how much the Chinese are willing to sell Pakistan, because you have to remember that the Chinese trust Pakistan not that much, because it wasn't that long ago that Pakistan's best friend in the world was America, and they bought everything off them, and there's still a lot of interesting relationships going backwards and forwards between America and Pakistan. So yeah, and that was also one of the reasons why America was so reluctant to do things inside Pakistan during the War of Terror. So, the Chinese are prepared to sell stuff. Are they prepared to sell stuff which they know will then get immediately overlooked by people who might then leak the information to the Americans? That's an interesting. That's a different question. Stafford, given how the Russians have performed in their latest action, should Canada really be concerned about their plans objective for the far north, or would a group of new hunters stop them? And never discount Newfoundland hunters and some Mounties. Never rule them out. Okay, they are known as a combination of interesting events and interesting causes, but I would say also, you have to remember the Russians focused on fighting in the high north to a way that a lot of other powers haven't. And that can have an interesting impact. But currently the Russians are very focused on their southwestern border.
I would never discount the Russians, no matter how many reasons to do so they might show, because they will come back to bite you in the bum.
Yep. Is that 75 questions, Steve?
And it's 12:30 over there.
Yeah, is that 75 questions?
Yep, and I'm fully asleep.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Sullivan, my last carrier about the lash, except actually about the lash and not APCs. That is lighter aboard ship. They were useful. Lighter aboard ships were used a lot. You've got lashes were used, and those systems were used. That's basically the modern British Mexifloat system is basically a descendant of those things which were used in World War II, and they were really quite useful. Okay, four more questions, and we get to 75. We're at 71.
Okay.
And the speed we're going, we'll get through in no time. And team, this is a question for Foxo. Foxo's Sunday word of wisdom.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
She is typing. What do you mean?
Francia delenda est.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
No.
What are your words of wisdom for today, Foxo? Effectively, because it's Sunday.
Technically, it's Monday now.
Well, now it is, yes. She is pondering.
Is she pondering her orb?
Not saying that because I will get murdered. Foxo is typing.
Typing is Foxo.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, was there ever a launch that killed someone by crushing? Yes, there were quite a few ship launches over the years which killed people by crushing. People would get caught in the blocks. People would get caught by the ships and dragged under. Some of the rolling launches were really, really interesting. You must remember a lot of the health and safety in shipyards that was present by about the 1900s was developed by trial and error of losing people.
You really don't get a lot. You don't get a lot of personnel health and safety, especially in the United States, until you start getting the union movement under steam.
And most of the health and safety you get in British shipyards are because of you have to remember before a lot of the ship launches, you need to be that some of the quite important architects and constructors need to be quite close to the ship because you need to control the launch. To make sure the blocks are moved at the right time, so the mass work and the ship rolls where it's supposed to go from the shipyard, and that means the people involved are often some of the people who get crushed are quite important, and the people who come after them rather like their own skins.
Yes. Basically, you get personnel safety regulations once personnel start getting really annoyed that they're getting crushed, stabbed, sliced, and killed by them.
So I've got Fox's answers to the previous question, at least so far. The first one's a bit concerning. Die by fire and begin again, pass through the flames like an archangel. Or, the more one which everyone's expecting, Francia delenda est, Albion reigns, long live Anglia.
Okay, folks.
Or we could have a potato.
Okay.
And thus, peace allowed to exist in France. The only place allowed to exist in France is something France.
Okay. LEV, do you think Italy will eventually get a CVN to replace Cavour? No. I don't see them going down that route because, frankly, whilst they could go down that route, if they do go down that route, they're going to have to do a massive upskilling of their fleet and task force to support such a large asset. And also, the moment Italy's got a nuclear-powered carrier, and France has a nuclear-powered carrier, Germany's going to want a nuclear-powered carrier, and then Britain's going to be looking at its two gas-powered carriers and going, "Aww," because our politicians are like that. So, no, I don't think Italy's going to go down that route. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go down something which is potentially Queen Elizabeth-sized. And potentially, it's going to depend on how they like the F-35B. If they like it, they'll keep Stovall. If they don't like it, they will go something else. They might go Caterpillar. But expect it to be more based on the Trieste format, because that's been a very good design for them, than necessarily Cavour. Savard, who is better saving for the galaxy, the Imperium of Man or the Tower to stop the Tyranids? The Imperium of Man actually have the logistics and the mass that they might actually be able to do it. The Tau, I don't trust enough to do it because, to be honest, some of their stuff comes off kind of like the cults, which the Tyranids start.
So,
if you're asking who is better to live under, it's the Tau.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. If you're asking who is more likely to actually win that fight, it's the Imperium of Man.
I don't necessarily agree the Tau are better to live under.
Yeah. So yeah.
Let's be honest, they kill a load. They quite happily kill a load of allies, etc., just because their mere existence is bringing gods into the world, into the warp.
And the Imperium isn't. Exterminatus happens. Incompetence happens. At least, basically, the Tau have two modes: a basic minimum standard of food, shelter, clothing, and healthcare, or Exterminatus. So it's automatically better than 95% of Hive worlds.
Yes, but the Tau try and pretend they don't do the Exterminatus. And that's what worries me.
The Imperium try to pretend that only the unworthy get Exterminatus.
Yes, but at least they admit they do it.
Right. So, you've mentioned the Tau, and the Tau have no hope in anything of stopping the Tyranids.
Nope.
Unfortunately, neither do the Imperium of Man. They also don't really stand much of a chance. Because of the way they've now wrote it. The only group that can is arguably a fully awoken Necrons united together, as has been also brought up a number of times in the Silent King books, a book about basically, they wrote the Nids in such a way that the Nids just win effectively. But also, as she points out explicitly to you, remember, 99% of Imperial worlds are actually remarkably pleasant. Even Hive worlds are pretty okay.
As long as you're not in the War Hive.
Depending on the Hive.
Yeah, it does depend on the Hive. I'd also say, I don't necessarily agree that the Nids can't, the Imperial Man can't beat the Nids, because I think one of the interesting things you're going to have is when the Nids start confronting Chaos, and Chaos starts confronting the Nids. And I can see that turning into Battle Royale, but I can also see with more of the Primarchs coming back, and potentially other things, the Imperium of Man might find itself equalizing against the Nids, especially... I think the actual end-up thing is you probably end up with some sort of grand alliance to fight the Nids, and it literally lasts until the Nids are gone, and then they're fighting each other again.
But then that would mean that the Nids have to get removed as a model line, and then GW makes less money, so the Grand Alliance...
No. The Grand Alliance defeats this wave of the Nids, and then the Nids start coming back again quietly, and everyone tries to believe the Nids aren't back. But it's because, in most of the way, as we've shown before, we've defeated one of the reconnaissance fleets. We might have defeated one of the fleets of Nids, but they have other fleets coming in. The Nids are never ending. That's the good thing about the Nids. You always have more things to fight when you're a Space Marine too.
The Tau lost to a splinter of Hive Fleet Kraken. The Hive Fleet Imperium lose to full Hive Fleets, depending on which one. Also, another problem is we've now got stuff like Hive Fleet Kraken, which have now have adapted to anti-warp and anti-Eye of Terror tactics.
Yeah.
Which is horrifying.
Wait, what has the Tyranid started doing now?
A Hive Fleet Kraken has now started adapting to be able to counter demons and anti-corporeal entities. Basically anything to do with the warp they can either eat and consume and turn into their own material biomass at times, or just making them irrelevant. It's kind of worrying.
Just phase shift the entire Tyranid Hive fleets into the warp.
Wouldn't be enough. They would eat the warp.
I mean, okay, most of everybody's now stuck to slower than light travel, but Is that really that bad of a thing?
Let's be honest, the fight between Slaanesha's forces and the Tyranids could be epic.
Because, yeah, the Nids are just excessively consumptuous.
Oh, I'm not sure about... doesn't Khorne have a whole pack of orcs in there that he just fights every day and then carries on fighting?
Yes, he's got a whole bunch of them on some of his war worlds. The orcs don't actually realize where they are, they just know it's a really good fight. It's
and
basically a thermal battery for him.
And Khorne's just going, wow, this is just... I don't know where these came from, but they're a gift from God of some kind. Right then, next question, which is I think our last question. Yes, that is our last question. I'm fair to say. Joel Fredericks, if the People's Liberation Army keeps the KPAF, how much can the KPF really improve? Helps the KPF... now... The Koreans People's Army Air Force is, how do I put it? Look.
A nice idea.
I'm trying to remember what the most modern aircraft they operate is. I think they have some MiG-29s and Su-25s, but not many.
Those are 3rd and 4th gen airframes, right?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, they still operate J5s and J6s in certain places, but not many of them. Look. If the Chinese really wanted to arm up the North Koreans, they could help them out and they could sell them a lot of stuff. But the thing is, and I would say this is the actual problem, is do the North Koreans want to buy it off them? And when I say buy it off them, because the relationship between North Korea and China is interesting. It is interesting. And I'd also add that the relationship that sometimes there is a... I would also add that there is a limit to what they can field at any point. And I think when it comes to MiG-29s, they have 35 they claim to be in service. 56 MiG-23s, 26 MiG-21s. Yeah, the Sukhoi 25s, they have 34 in service. They've got a load of H-5s, which were the Chinese medium bombers. And various other things. So their most common aircraft they have in service is the Shenyang F-5, which is the Chinese version of the MiG-17F. The next one is the Shenyang J6, which they have, again, mostly from the Chinese, and again, they have 97 of those. Look, we're talking about a force which is in very interesting conditions. Very interesting conditions. And they have options going on. But they need a lot of infrastructure and training, development and testing. And honestly, they would not just need to buy new aircraft, they need to buy new missiles, new training facilities, a lot. The sheer amount of money and infrastructure you need to do to bring and modernize that air force, you can do it if you really want to. But I'm not sure if North Korea can actually pay for it.
I would also question if they have the, let's just say, the human capital necessary to run even last gen systems in large numbers. or relevant numbers, at least, because you look at the training that you need to run an F-16 when you start from zero. That's a lot of training, and that's a lot of basic. I assume that you understand how this works because of our general tech level kind of deal.
Well, it's worthwhile remembering that a lot of their transport and aircraft are, well, AN-2s. Removing AN-2, that sounds like kind of early on in the Antonov designs thing. It is. It was manufactured from 1947 onwards. Its first flight was in August 1947. And it is it's a perfectly good transport aircraft. And it is still extensively used by the North Koreans, extensively, for various operations and various things. But you sit there and go, okay, that's not going to be... Look at the nations which operate and you go, okay. There are reasons to still be operating it. It's very reliable, but it's also very much... couldn't we have done better by now? Anyway. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you to my lovely panel, Dragon, Foxo, Dan, and Brunon, all the sisters of the admins, everyone. We have answered, I think, 75 questions in roughly 5 hours and 10 minutes. So thank you for being everyone, and hope you had a nice evening. Please do like, share, and subscribe to the channel. It really does help the channel grow, and that's always a good thing, because the channel growing apparently makes both YouTube and Twitch happy, so thank you for supporting those. As said, the target for Twitch is 500 followers. We are currently at 368. The target for YouTube is 20,000. We are currently at 17,385, and the current, that's the 20,000 is the target for my family. The current target YouTube is telling me is they want me to reach 500 members, because apparently that's the next one at which it unlocks things for my membership community, and I am not quite sure what that means, but currently
we'll hope good things.
It sounds like good things. Currently we're at 223 members, so we would need to get like 277 members to get to the 500. So I doubt we'll do it, but apparently it unlocks something good. I have no idea what it unlocks, but it unlocks something good if we get to 500 members. I still don't know. I don't know what it unlocks, but it's something good apparently.
Start an F-16.
Thank you very much, everyone. Take care and have a nice evening.
The questions